Hello everyone! In this video you will see a manhwa titled Seduce a Fox, parts 1 through 5. Please put a like and subscribe if you like the video. After all, it really helps our channel. In the description below the video, there are time codes to quickly jump between parts. So let's get started.
The girl dressed up and put on makeup for her wedding. She thought that every day from now on would be happy. She had moved past her painful past and was starting a new life with her lover. The wedding was supposed to be a joyous occasion. The maids led the bride, who had her head covered with a veil, to the ceremony location. When the people saw her, they whispered and asked each other if she was the girl whose house had been destroyed by an attack a few years ago. Reports said that her father died in a terrible manner, and that she was the only one who got away from the house. But after that, she isolated herself from others. Someone called it revolting and didn't comprehend how the family of the groom would welcome her as a new member. Some guests mentioned rumors about the girl being frail and possibly dying tomorrow if not today. However, presently she looked fine. One person speculated that she may appear healthy because she sacrificed her father on her own, and possibly she hasn't lost her memory as she previously stated. The girl overheard the conversation and couldn't overlook the gossip. She looked terrified, but her fiancé immediately called her over. He advised the girl to ignore the jealous individuals and proposed that she should live happily ever after despite it all. While seated at the table across from each other, the attendants lifted the veil of the bride. Suddenly, there were shouts and the gates of the estate swung open like they were hit by a shockwave. An attractive young man with ash-colored hair emerged from the gate, and people immediately identified him as a fox. He also recognized the young man. He was the same one who destroyed her home a few years prior. The man walked toward the girl and spoke. He found it interesting that her fiancé had touched something he deemed untouchable, yet still planned to marry her. Meanwhile, the groom stood up and commanded the guards to protect Yahawa. He urged her to come to her senses and flee, but before he could finish his sentence, a fox attacked him from behind. Li Jung fell lifeless onto the frigid floor. Ye Hua rushed to the young man, shook him, and begged him to wake up, but he didn't respond. Suddenly, the fox came from behind and pulled her elbow, dragging her towards him. Ye Hua struggled to break free and shouted at the monster to release her, but her efforts were in vain. The fox cast a spell that caused the girl to slowly lose consciousness. Ye believed she would be happy forever, with her partner starting a new life. Her wedding day, which was supposed to bring happiness, the first baby cries she was supposed to hear, and the first hugs she was supposed to feel. All of this belonged to her husband, and not to the beast who had hurt her family. Inside one of the rooms of the lavish mansion, on red silk sheets, the fox was punishing the girl who had once run away from him in a depraved way. She begged him to stop and told him she didn't want him to continue. But the young man ignored her. Ye Hua asked why he hated the girl so much and what she had done to offend him. He replied that it was pointless to ask him, because the shamelessness was coming from the girl's home. Later, he mentioned that the girl tried to run away again that day. Although catching her had become routine for Fox, this time the girl managed to run quite far. The fox said that the girl is very strong because she keeps resisting him, but no matter how much she runs away, he can still catch her. He said she can't escape without his permission, and she should know that by now. However, the girl still tries to escape, and the fox asked if she enjoys being punished. The girl said that was ridiculous and asked the young man to leave. He said he was willing to go there, but only if Yahawa went with him. Fox warned her that if she tried again, he would break her ankle so she couldn't run away. Later that night, Yahawa tried to escape again. He said she needed to behave if she wanted to stay healthy. As Yahawa ran away, she thought about how she didn't care what happened to her. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure Li Jun is okay. A maid approached Fox, who was watching the girl escape, and informed him that Yahawa had run away again. She questioned why he didn't lock Yahawa up to avoid having to catch her repeatedly. Fox replied that such action was unnecessary, and that he would help Yahawa reach hell since that was what she desired. By morning, the girl was at the manor, where she lived with her husband's family before, but her mother-in-law refused to let her in. The woman yelled at the girl, calling her shameless, and asked her how she dared to come back. Yewa was commanded to leave, but she was determined to stay to see her husband. Girl said she would accept any penalty. The woman became more furious and slapped her sister-in-law, stating that neither her mother nor her husband were present in the house. She had always opposed their marriage. Through tears, she expressed that her son had never married or been involved with someone like Yehowa. She pleaded that her son not be hurt again. The realization hit the girl hard. Lee Jung had passed away. The girl got kicked out of the manor's courtyard and warned not to return. She accepted it and walked down the street. People kept staring and asking if she was the girl recently abducted by Fox, wondering how she returned and why she looked like that. But Yehowa didn't care about their looks or whispers. She walked slowly toward the place where her home used to be, lost in thoughts of her husband. She remembered the times when he held her hand and admitted that he knew the other girl didn't share his feelings, but he would be content if Yehowa would accept his advances. He vowed to be her true family and make sure she was never alone. These memories made her cry. Lee Jung was the reason she kept going. He was her friend who helped her when she became an orphan, her only support. When she arrived at the old rundown estate, the girl saw terrible graffiti on the doors and walls of her former home. Lai suddenly appeared behind her with a few of his servants, asking with a grin if she liked the hell he had created for her. He also wondered if she regretted ignoring his warning, as he had shown he wasn't bluffing. The girl recalled Fox's words from the previous night. He warned her that if she attempted to escape once more, he would break her ankles. Yehowa noticed a sickle with a long handle nearby and retrieved it, her head bowed. The fox admired the girl's courage as she threatened him with it. However, the girl had a different motive. She didn't want to live anymore, so she used a sickle to cut her throat without hesitation. Even at that moment, she resented Lies for putting her in this horrible situation without explanation. Her final thought was to go back in time and never get involved with that fox again. Just when she thought everything was over, she felt intense pain in her neck and heard someone calling her name. This voice sounded familiar to Yehowa. When she opened her eyes, she saw her dad in front of her. He gave her a tight hug when he noticed she was awake. Yehowa was surprised that her father was suddenly alive. Her dad hugged little Yehowa, who was still in shock that he was alive. She felt like it was a dream, and when she looked down at her small hands and up at her dad's broad chest, she couldn't understand why she couldn't hug him completely. Yehowa saw herself in a mirror and was surprised to see that she looked younger. She couldn't comprehend what was going on and thought maybe someone had bewitched her. But instead, the girl joyfully threw her arms around her dad's neck and hugged him tightly. Her dad then pulled her away and asked if she was all right, and if she felt any pain. He reassured her that she could tell him anything that was wrong, and that he would fix it right away. But instead, the girl joyfully threw her arms around her dad's neck and hugged him tightly. She was thrilled to see him alive, and even if it was just a dream, she promised not to wake up again. Suddenly, someone outside the door said they had medicine for the little girl. The manor's master told the person to bark, but the girl became terrified when she saw it was the fox. The fox was happy the girl was awake, but she was afraid and yelled for him to stay back. Yehowa's father and the fox were amazed at the girl's behavior. The man asked why she was treating her brother poorly, when he had done nothing to harm her. The girl was confused and inquired about the man's relation to her. She believed she was her father's only daughter. However, he explained that Shaiho, the fox, was the brother the girl herself welcomed into their home. Now she acts as if she doesn't remember it. The girl wanted to ask a question, but was interrupted when she was overcome by memories. Yehowa remembered being carried on a maid's back at a marketplace. She noticed someone in the crowd had stolen something and notified her nanny. Her nanny said they would go to the government on the way back to report the theft. As Yehowa and her nanny walked home, they saw a group of men accusing a young man of stealing their grain. Yehowa spoke up for the young man, saying he didn't steal anything. She then told him to come home with them since it was very cold outside and he wasn't dressed properly. The girl couldn't believe it. She thought she didn't actually invite Fox into her house. She yelled to her father to watch out for Fox since he might hurt him. Yehowa started chasing Shiho away and even threw the bowl of medicine he had brought. The man questioned why the girl acted that way and then turned to Shiho to ask if everything was okay. The fox wanted to say sorry to the lady and hold her hand, but she pushed it away. The man said that the girl had been ill for a long time and experiencing nightmares. He decided to leave until she felt better. Yehowa yelled at Shiho to leave and never come near them again. The next time, Shaiho brought the medicine back to the girl. She tipped the contents on him again and asked him if he thought Yeho was joking when she told him to keep Fox away from her. She asked what he was up to, since he stayed to live with humans. She called him a monster and ordered him to leave. Shaiho didn't care what she thought or what she called him, but he insisted she take her medicine for her own good. The girl said she didn't know what was in the potion and wouldn't take anything touched by Shaiho. Then, she got sick and passed out. While unconscious, she saw some of the things that had happened to her before she slit her throat. Yeho only woke up at night. Her dad was next to her. When she woke up, he sighed out of relief and said he was scared when she passed out again. But now he was happy she woke up. The dad told his daughter not to skip the meds because Shiho had made them carefully for her, and they helped her have more energy. The daughter sat up and said her dad hated her for giving her the Fox's meds. The man was confused about why his daughter had become hostile toward her brother, despite him caring for her and worrying about her constantly. She had recently experienced a nightmare, but it was unclear why this caused her to act this way. Although Shai had taken care of her day and night, and even lost consciousness, and Yeho had been following her brother constantly, the daughter claimed that he was a fox and would harm their father. She convinced her father to remove him before anything bad happened. She pleaded with her father to trust her and escort the young man out the door. The man asked why Shaihu would kill him. The girl didn't know. The fox didn't explain anything, and she didn't remember her childhood. Yihua replied that she saw him kill her father and lost her memories. Her father asked when he would have to die, and the girl said it should be in 3 or 4 years. The man told her to wait until she reached that point, and then alert her father about her brother. He also advised her to calm down for now. The man promised to check on Shi, who later, when the time is right, and then left the girl's room. The girl sat on the patio, waiting for someone. The staff told her that Mr. Lee Jung had arrived, and Ye Hwei was overjoyed. She asked them to bring him to her right away. When the boy arrived, she rushed to hug him. He asked if she was really that happy to see him. Although they hadn't seen each other in a while, he didn't expect her to miss him so much. The boy said he had only seen Yue lying sick for 2 years, but now her face looked healthy. She who knocked on the door and offered snacks. At first, the girl wanted to chase Fox away, but then she remembered Lee Jung was there and let him in. The boy carefully placed snacks and green tea, for the lady and her guest bowed and left. The boy wanted to take an appetizer, but Yehua told him not to touch anything. Lee Jung asked why that was happening. At night, when Yihao was about to sleep, Shaiha knocked on her door and asked to come in, promising it wouldn't take long. The girl yelled for the guy to stay out and asked where all the helpers went, but the fox said there were none since he took care of things. Yao was frightened by this and sat down on the far edge of the bed. But Shah Ho went to the lady's room and knelt down in front of her and asked her to forgive him for being rude. He said that this was the last time he would allow himself to do such a thing, and henceforth he would not go near Mistress again, so she should listen to him for the last time. He said that after the little mistress came to her senses, she constantly avoids her brother and speaks of terrible things that he dare not even utter. Shaya wanted to know why the girl trusted that vision so completely. Yao insisted it wasn't a dream, but instead a memory. She added that killing her father wasn't enough for him. He also mistreated and degraded her. Despite her attempts to explain, he couldn't comprehend it. Shaiho asked why he had to kill the Lord and torture her in person like that. The girl couldn't come up with an answer. The man said that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and if her dream is a real prediction, she should say something that will happen soon to prove she's right. If so, he'll leave and never return. Ye, who lost all her memories of the past due to shock after her father's murder. When Shaiho heard this, she cried and said she had saved him a few years ago. He was shivering from the cold and dying of hunger, but she held out her little hand to rescue him. Since then, he had made a promise to take care of her and was willing to sacrifice his life if necessary. She had saved him and understood his heartfelt gratitude, so why would she now blindly believe a dream suggesting that he was capable of such horrific deeds? He said he could tolerate her taking out her anger on him, because it would show she was gaining energy. He begged the young mistress not to falsely accuse him or refuse the medicine, as he believed the boy was not trying to harm her. He also expressed hope that the girl could escape from her troubles. Yaohai didn't comprehend why he was crying and acting wounded now. as she was the one who had been hurt because of him. She began to feel that everything that happened as an adult was just a bad dream, and now she was blaming the wrong person. The emotional shock made her lose consciousness again. When she woke up, she realized that Falk was punishing her in his perverted way. With a chuckle, the young man said that it was a good effort to break free from him, but the girl seemed to have forgotten that she couldn't be free until he allowed her to be. Yeah, Ha didn't understand how come she was left with this monster. After finishing his punishment, Fox left the room and told the maid that Yihua had regained consciousness, but there was a wound on her neck because she had resisted. He said that by the time he came back, the girl should have calmed down by now. The maid asked if the Lord was going on a reconnaissance mission. He said he was still being hunted. While he was carrying Yihua to the manor, everyone was looking at him so strangely and should definitely take care of it. The servant girl asked when the Lord planned to return, to which he replied that it would depend on what the opponents do, but he planned to return in a few days. During that time, the servants would need to make sure nothing happened to Yihua. In the evening, the servants tried to force Yihua to drink the medicine. They held the girl by her arms and legs, preventing her from moving, and forcefully poured the medicine into her mouth. The girl tried to resist in every way possible, and spat out the medicine. The oldest maid asked why the girl was doing that. After all, they only wanted to help her get better, so there was no need for this pointless resistance if she didn't want to continue to enjoy the pain. Yihua said that she never asked them to save her, so why are they now deciding if she wants to live or not? She asked the servant woman to kill her now. The woman then told the other servants to hold the mistress even tighter, because the master had ordered before he left that she should be well by the time he returned. As Yihua was given a new dose of medicine, she closed her eyes and thought that it would be great if this was all just a nightmare and her childhood memories were real. Yihua woke up to someone calling her. When she opened her eyes, he saw Shiho in front of her, saying that it was all his fault and apologizing for what happened. The girl realized that she was now in the past. The girl thought how could she be mad at her brother now if he was crying like that? In her mind, Yihua asked the guy not to cry and to take care of forever. Shiho kneeling beside the little lady's bed asked her to wake up, but the girl thought that if she opened her eyes, she would end up in hell, where Shiho would no longer be so caring and it would be better for her to stay here. Shiho said that he would definitely save the lady, and took out a knife from the inner pocket of his clothes and put it to her hand. The girl didn't understand what Shiho wanted to do, but she didn't let him do it and took hold of the knife blade with her hand. In one of the kitchens of the manor, the servants were busy preparing a decoction for Yihua. The most senior servant asked the others if the decoction that the lady was taking was okay, and the people in charge said that it would be ready in an hour. The headmaid said that they had trouble getting the girl drunk once, so they needed to put more healing herbs in the potion, and it would be good if the mistress would stop complaining. The older maid was approached by a young girl, and said that even though it was for the sake of healing, but if they continued to push the mistress like this, she would only resist more. Yihua was here without even knowing the reason, and perhaps if she knew why she was here, she would be more at ease. The old maid said, "It's all nonsense. All people have one thing in common, their selfishness. If they tell the truth to Yue, she can use it as a weakness." She asked if the little girl hadn't learned in her life that people's atrocities are always repeated since she says such nonsense. The woman advised the young maid not to believe people or sympathize with them, or they would not hesitate to scorch her with treachery. The girl still felt sorry for the mistress. And then she asked the old maid for Yihua to be entrusted to her. When the mistress woke up, she felt someone touching her hand. She decided to see who it was and saw the same girl in front of her, and asked who she was. The girl said her name was Erin, and now she was the one who would take care of mistress's health. She wasn't very skilled at taking care of people, but she promised to do her best to help. The girl asked Madame to focus on her recovery from now on, but Yihua only turned her head away from her. Erin then said that the mistress had not been treated in a very friendly manner previously, and she was sorry for that. They were told that it was necessary to save her, but now the girl would try to be gentler with her since she had sincerely asked to let the older maid take care of her. The girl said she wouldn't harm the mistress and asked to trust her. Yihua said how such a thing could happen. Wasn't it enough for them to kill her father? But Lais also killed her husband right on her wedding day, plus he didn't hesitate to rape and disgrace her, so what trust can we talk about? She asked if they wanted to drive the girl crazy, but even so she could never trust them. Hearing those words, the girl was scared, and then Yahweh thought that she was very harsh with her because the child was not guilty of anything. Aaron then said that she understood Madam's feelings. Anyone who had experienced such cruelty would not be able to go on living as if nothing was wrong. Aaron was also in this place unwillingly, so she can partially understand Madam's feelings. She said that she only wanted Yi Hei-wa to not suffer anymore while being here. The girl was surprised and asked why the girl is so kind to her, even though she sees her for the first time, and said that they are in a similar situation. Aaron said that she was not someone who was welcome in this place. She told her mistress that the foxes are divided into black and white. The two clans have been fighting over territory since ancient times, and the whites used to submit to the blacks when they were victorious. But that all changed when a powerful white fox came and changed things. The first thing he did was to destroy the black foxes' village, where Aaron lived, to increase their power, because they lived on the very border. The girl was orphaned as a result of the attack, and then the fox decided to take her in. Aaron said that she was from the Black Fox clan, so she understood Yi Hao's feelings about being in a strange manner among strangers. She said that the other servants were careless with the mistress, but she won't be like that. Only the girl will need to trust Aaron a little. Yahweh thought this was some kind of abnormal world. To bring her here, Lys had brutally killed people. To increase his powers, he destroyed tribesmen. He brought the child to a foreign land, told her to forget everything, and started ordering her around. The girl couldn't fully believe Aaron's words, but the girl was not going to take any pity from this pitiful story. The mistress told the girl to bring the medicine. After all, that was her job right now. Anyway, if Yi Hao would continue to refuse to drink it, they would force the potions into her, so it would be easier to calm down and agree to drink it so as not to cause any trouble. The girl rejoiced and hugged her mistress, thanking her for her trust. Aaron returned to the kitchen with an empty cup in hand. She was surrounded by surprised servants. Soon she began bringing mistress all sorts of snacks, helping her out of bed and going out to the balcony with her. Seeing the smile on mistress's face, the old servant was surprised that mistress could have such an expression on her face. When Aaron brushed Madam's hair one evening and said that everyone was happy that she had started taking her medicine, the girl promised that if Yahweh got better, they could go out into the garden and see the neighborhood. Kneeling down in front of Madame, the girl asked for her hand to apply oil, but when she saw the scar, she said it was a shame to see such a horror on such a beautiful hand. Yahweh looked at her hand and thought, when did that scar have time to appear? Though it doesn't matter anymore, she has no one to show it to anyway. She asked Aaron where her master was, since she hadn't seen him in the manor for a long time. The girl replied that he must have left to break up the Black Fox clan. The girl said that the Black Foxes feared the master of the White Foxes, so they often made attacks on the grounds. This time, the master himself decided to lead the campaign. Yahweh thought it was a great chance to get away from him, since he was currently busy camping. Aaron and Yehu went out for a walk in the garden. Because the girl was so obedient, the tight control was weakened, so until Fox came back, Yahweh had to think of a way to escape, or else the nightmare would happen again. From such thoughts, the girl squeezed the rose in her hand hard, and because of that, she hurt herself on the thorns. Aaron saw this and immediately ran to get something to help stop the blood. As soon as the girl was out of sight, Yahweh immediately ran to the passage in the wall. She could fit through that passage. She just needed to find out where it led. Through the passage, she saw an old door. It was in a remote place and was obviously practically unguarded. The girl decided to scout around, but suddenly she was grabbed by Aaron's arm. She looked at Mistress resentfully and asked if she had decided to deceive her and run away. Aaron then told Madam that this wasn't an abandoned passageway at all. If Yahweh approached it, a trap would be triggered immediately. As soon as the girl passes through the door, everyone would immediately know that she had decided to escape. This has happened before. The girl took Mistress's hand and began to treat the wound. She said she understood Mistress' reluctance to stay in this place, and she would do the same if she were in her place. Aaron said that she knows a way out, but if Yahweh decided to escape, it can't be done now. When the Lord isn't there, the manor is well guarded. Although the girl doesn't notice it, but the servants are watching her every move. However, when the Lord returns, there will be an opportunity to escape, because the one who is trusted by everyone here will be back. Yeha was surprised and asked why Aaron was telling her all this and how she knew about the trap. The girl said that she didn't want to stay in this place either, but hadn't gotten up the courage to try to escape yet. Madame asked if Aaron had a place she could go back to after escaping, and the girl shook her head negatively. Yao then suggested that she run away together. In the evening, the mistress calmly drank the medicine. The old maid brought her. The woman said she didn't understand why Ye Hua suddenly changed her attitude towards them, but it was the right decision anyway. She said that the servants didn't want to hurt her on purpose then. They just wanted the master to hear that she had recovered upon her return and not get too angry. During the night, Fox came back. He was covered in blood, but the old maid who met him at the gate was not the least bit embarrassed. She greeted the lord and asked how it had gone. The fox said they had retaken the territories, but he was uneasy that it had been so quick and easy. He suspected that the black foxes were up to something. Fox asked what was wrong with his prisoner, and the woman said that she had refused to take the medicine after he left, but was now taking it calmly. There is a maid, she listens well, and thanks to her. The girl has opened up to the others. Fox asked if Yihua was in her room, and the maid said she was. Then she said that if the master wanted to go straight to her room, he should wash the traces of blood off his body, because it might scare the girl even more. Fox agreed and said he was going to wash his face and asked the maid to bring Yihua. The woman went into the lady's room and approached her bed and told her to wake up, for her master was asking for her. Hearing no reply, she pulled the blanket, but underneath she found only a bundle of netting. She immediately made a commotion and said that the mistress had disappeared. Meanwhile, Yeha and Aaron ran through the darkness of the garden, always looking around to see if anyone was following them. To herself, the girl thought to herself that everything was happening just as Aaron had said. The news of the Lord's return had weakened their defenses, and they had met no one along the way. This time she managed to escape right under the fox's nose. Suddenly it became very dark, and Yeha started calling out to Aaron. The girl answered, but instead of a human form, the mistress saw a black fox. The girl was very scared when the foxes started to surround her, but suddenly they all stopped when they heard the voice of their leader. The girl walked up to Yue and said with a chuckle, she had a wonderful expression on her face right now. She stroked the fox girl's head and called her Yuing and said that she was doing a good job. The woman asked Yue if she was the favorite concubine that the white fox head had made such a fuss over. Although that wouldn't be surprising considering what kind of odor the girl had. The woman was near the girl in no time and said she wanted to taste her to see if she was fully ripe. However, turning around to the foxes standing behind the girl, she said that they were the first ones that could taste her, but only her arms and legs. After this permission, the foxes immediately pounced on the girl, but were immediately thrown back by the magic wave. Behind Yihei was the master of the white foxes. He said that when he came to the battle, the woman didn't even show her nose, and she appeared to have made a decoy out of his servant and was hiding right under his nose. The woman sarcastically replied that it was called a trap. Turning around to leave, she said that it was a pity her foxes didn't make it in time, or else they would have eaten Yaha in one bite. These words made the foxes very angry and he threw a spell at his opponent. The woman managed to defend herself and began to slowly disappear in the red flames. After such a shock, the girl fainted. In the morning, the old maid told the master that Yihua had stopped eating again. Apparently, the girl was very shocked that she had been betrayed by the one she trusted. The maid asked the master to forgive her because she thought that since the new maid didn't know anything, it would be easier for her to get along with the lady, but the woman had miscalculated. The fox decided to take the food to the girl himself. He placed a bowl of soup on the table and told her to stop her useless protests and start eating before he force-fed her. Seeing that the girl didn't even move, he exhaled and said, now, just like in the past, she was being stubborn, believing that he was making an attempt on her life. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. How could Fox say the same words he spoke in her dream? I said that the girl didn't seem to realize that her threats were no longer working. Fox flipped the girl onto her back with a sudden movement and loomed over her. He said that the girl had two choices. Either she would eat on her own, or she would lie under the fox, and he would transfer some of his energy to her. If the girl continued to resist, he would consider it as choosing the second option. The girl began to squirm and said that if the fox tried to touch her, she would bite off her tongue and die. Fox grinned and said that the girl had obviously forgotten who her body belonged to. Yehua then agreed to eat by herself. She took a plate in her hands and looking at the fox said they are disgusting. They don't hesitate to take and use others to fulfill their goals. So how then are they different from animals? These words made Fox angry, and walking up to the girl, he said that no matter how cruel they are, how can it compare to the language of humans? He said that the girl didn't need to feel sorry for herself. She didn't need to be sincere. All this happened because of her gullibility. Anyway, the girl's body could still be useful. So she just needed to fulfill her role in life. Saying that, Fox walked away from Yahao and headed towards the exit, and the girl thought, why is it a mistake to trust someone? After all, it's the fault of the one who deceived, not the one who was deceived. Yahui knocked the bowl over on the floor and bit her tongue as she told Fox. The shocked Fox immediately ran up to the girl and tried to unclamp her mouth to get her to breathe, but his attempts remained futile. The girl stubbornly didn't breathe and eventually lost consciousness. She woke up already in the past. She looked around her room, then looked in the mirror to make sure it was true. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her arm. Looking at it, she discovered the bandages on her palm. Not remembering where they came from, the girl unwrapped the bandages and saw the cuts. This wound was exactly like the scar she had discovered while she was with Orin. She tried to remember that she had gotten it back then when she was little. Such a prominent place had left a scar, and she hadn't even noticed it for so long. It certainly hadn't been there then, though. That scar hadn't been there when she'd gotten married, or when she'd first slit her throat. It definitely appeared after that dream. So all the moments that supposedly happened in her childhood are not a dream at all. It seems that when Yiha loses consciousness, she returns to her childhood, and everything that happens here leaves an imprint on her future. Suddenly, Shai-Ho bursts into the girl's room. He runs up to the little lady's bed, takes her hands, and says that he is very happy that she is awake. In that moment, the girl realized that she can change the future by changing the past. She can save her father and Li Jung and change the instigator of all the troubles. In the girl's room, her nanny was styling her hair, and the girl wondered how she could have gotten into the past. Could it be that Fox had used some kind of spell on her? Or was it a miracle that happened every time she wanted to free herself from him? The girl didn't understand that, but she knew one thing clearly: she couldn't trust Shiho. Even if he pretends to be harmless, he's still the one who ruined her life and destroyed her family. It's a great fortune that the girl knows this. Yoha's father enters Yahawa's room. He walks over to his daughter and puts his arm around her and tells her that he's very happy that she's okay. He was really scared when he heard that his daughter had passed out again. He apologized for not being there at that moment. Yaha looked at her father and hugged him tightly. She noticed that he had gotten very thin these few days. The girl apologized to her father for making him worry. Shiho appeared in the doorway. He said he had brought medicine. The master told him to come in. He also told his daughter to take the medicine soon and not to give it up because of the nightmare, because it was for her health. Yaha looked at the medicine and thought that it's not clear if it's a real medicine or a trick, but it's great at restoring her energy. Since she decided to change the past, she needs to stay in this place longer, and she'll have to take it. If she loses consciousness again, she'll go back to that monster. Though the girl's not sure about it, but if things are really as she thinks, there is no way she should miss this opportunity. She decides that she will drink this medicine, and through her persistence she will survive and change her fate. After drinking the medicine, the girl turned to her father and said that he must have been very worried because of those strange words she was saying. Apparently her mind was clouded by something. She apologized to her father for her behavior. She also apologized to Shiho because it was so hard for him while he was courting her and putting up with all the nagging. But really, she thought that Shiho shouldn't be so happy. When the girl thinks about what he did, she immediately wants to tear her to pieces. However, now is not the time to give in to emotions. You can't get angry right now and make Shiho hate her family. Yahweh said that it must have been really hard for Shihu while he was courting her. She thanked her brother for taking care of her even when she was mad at him. Suddenly, Yahweh's father was called by one of the maids and had to step out. When Yahweh was alone with Shiho, she suddenly became stern and cold. She said that she knew his true face. The girl decided for herself that she didn't want to let him lie and plot something. No matter what exactly Shiho is up to, she won't take it quietly. Yua said that she doesn't know why he's lying to her family, but she won't fall into those nets. However, he shouldn't worry because the girl isn't going to throw him out on the street. There must be reasons why Shiho is living among humans and hiding the fact that he is a fox. That's why the girl offered him a deal. She will guarantee his future well-being, and he will swear his loyalty to her. Even if something goes wrong, he won't be able to harm her family and the people in the neighborhood. Shiho was shocked at such a suggestion. The girl was pleased with the reaction and asked if Shiho had expected her to guess his identity. The boy hesitated a bit, but still said he would do as the girl said. The young man stood up, and after bowing, he left the girl's room. Satisfied with herself, I thought that Shiho was young now, so he was easy to control. She had found his weak spot, so she couldn't let him change his mind. Walking out of Madame's bedroom door, Shiho headed to the kitchen. He gathered a few pieces of raw meat into a pot and carried it somewhere. After entering one of the rooms of the lodge, he lifted the blanket and called out for someone to eat, but there was no one under the blanket. Hiewa was sleeping peacefully in her room when suddenly the door leading outside opened. The girl quickly woke up and saw a dark silhouette with burning golden eyes in front of her. She was about to be frightened when she saw a little fox in the silhouette who called her by name. He deftly did a somersault and landed right in front of the girl and handed her a bouquet of flowers. He said he was worried that she had fainted again, but now he could see that she was feeling better. He asked if something was hurting Mistress, but she didn't remember the boy. She asked who he was. The little fox, apparently not at all surprised, said he thought she had already remembered them, since he had been told that the girl was already fine. The little fox said it was fine. There was no need to rush and place the bouquet of flowers on the girl's lap. At that moment, Shiho literally bursts into the lady's room, picks up the fox cub in his arms and carries it away, and Yewa is left in her room completely confused. Outside, Shiho and Seoho were talking. The fox cub apologized to his brother. He said he was hungry and was hiding in the kitchen, and there he heard the maid saying Harry remembered everything, so he thought he could meet the girl. He thought Yihawa would be just as happy as before. Shiho remembered the moment when they first met the little missus. It was at the market when the local vendors jumped on him thinking he had stolen something. That's when Yihawa stood up for them. She said that he wasn't a thief, and you can't accuse people of something without proof. Yihawa argued with the merchants and said that they couldn't accuse someone without evidence against them and demanded that Shiho be released. After seeing the little girl and what she was wearing, the merchants realized that she was from the nobility, but many couldn't understand why she was standing up for this boy. Some of the merchants said that if she is telling the truth, then why doesn't the boy want to show what he has behind his back? If he doesn't, he will be in trouble. So Yihawa went behind Shi, whose back, and saw a little fox cub there crying and pressing its ears to its head. The girl covered him with her cape and told him he could come out. She said that it seemed his brother had gotten caught protecting him, but it was all right now, and he could come out by taking her hand. Shiho was wary, for he didn't understand the girl's intentions. He was surprised that she saw all Esiolohho but didn't realize who they were, or did she just want to reveal them in front of everyone? He wanted to stop the little mistress, but she gently led the fox cub out from behind her brother's back and said it was just a child. When the healthy men surrounded them, he was just scared and hid behind his older brother's back. That's why he didn't want to come out. The girl said that you can't accuse someone just because of their appearance and told everyone to disperse. But one of the merchants replied that they couldn't drop the charges against them as they still hadn't caught the culprit. These two are outsiders, and it is very suspicious that they are roaming around. To release them, the brothers have to prove where and how they've been living all this time. Yehue says she's seen the thief's face and can tell what he looks like. She will protect the brothers. And if the merchants still have any questions after catching the thief, they can come to Minister Esio's house outside the village. The people knew who they were talking about right away. They recognized the girl as the minister's sick daughter, the one who had caused her father to give up his higher position. The merchants realized that if this conflict dragged on, there would be trouble later. Yehue gave Shiho's hand and told him to go with them. At the manor, Shiho explained to Sol, how they should imitate humans, so the fox cub can't go outside whenever he wants. Now he needs to stay in this room for a few days. Sheo lied to everyone that his little brother was sick, but soon people would start thinking things. He said that the little fox needs to try to hide the presence of his tail and ears. To do that, he should gather all the power from his belly, and remember the magic his big brother taught him. He almost succeeded, but they were inadvertently distracted by Yi Hua. Shaiho and Seol Ho were horrified that the man recognized who they were. But the girl said it was okay, and there was no need for them to hide. She realized everything as soon as she saw them for the first time. Shiho was surprised by this, but the girl said that the first time they met, she saw Seol Ho's tail and ears and helped them. She knew that if the merchants saw it, there would be a riot. She wanted to hide their true face, so she pretended she didn't notice or guess anything. She said that Seol was trying so hard that the girl couldn't help but laugh because little Seol Ho was so cute. And Seol Ho being kept in the room is very similar to her situation. She too is told not to leave the room since she was sick. The girl told the servants that there's nothing interesting about looking at a sick child, so no one will come to that part of the manor. She told little Soul that they could go outside together so he could practice in peace. She realized that the little fox would be very homesick here, so she let him come to her room at night to play. She suggested that he become friends. Seol Ho gladly agreed, and after that he always came to the little mistress, played with her, and even let her touch his tail. She was happy watching his little brother. But one day when Seol Ho was already sleeping in his arms after playing, he asked if Yihao wasn't afraid of them. The girl didn't understand the older one's question. Then the guy said, doesn't the girl know that they are monsters? Asked, isn't she afraid that they might hurt her someday? Yihao asked why he thought that. Shaiho was a little confused about the answer. Then the girl explained that it didn't matter what their essence was, because the day they met she wanted to clear Shihao of unfair accusations, and now she wanted them to live peacefully in her house and just be happy completely free of charge. She saw Shaiho as her older brother and Seol Ho as her younger brother. She asked the elder fox if she could consider them as her brothers. Shiho smiled and said that of course she could think so. Shaiho takes Seol Ho to his room after he came to see Madame without permission. The girl runs out after them and asks what the phrase "you don't recognize us" means. She didn't remember knowing their identity before. Shiho put his brother on the ground and told him to go back to the room, and he would talk to the mistress himself. The girl was surprised that Shiho had so openly revealed where she and her brother lived. She was now beginning to be convinced that she had known of their identity before. Remembering how the girl had tried to blackmail Shiho with this after she had just come to her senses. She felt ashamed of it because her older brother knew everything and kept quiet. Shiho said he didn't intend to deceive Madame or scare her even more. He said he knew that Madame would have a hard time believing him, but she only needed to know one thing. He will not hurt his little mistress now or in the future. He said that he doesn't force her to believe in Lai's words, but he only lives for Yi Hua's well-being. He asked the girl to live happily and leave all worries and doubts to him. The girl said that's enough and then asked Shiho to stand up. She said that later he would break this promise he made on his knees. In the morning, Yi Hui was sitting in her room reading a book, but Seol Ho quickly barged in on her. He said that the flowers that the girl loved so much were already blooming, and he decided to bring her a bouquet to show them off. On the Amara, in the evening, Seol Ho came to the lady with a jar of fireflies in his hands, for she had once said she wanted to see them. In the afternoon, he ran to the girl's house to treat the snacks his older brother had prepared, and so it was repeated several times. One day, he ran into the girl's house and told her that there was no one in the house, even though it was daytime. Seol Ho suggested she take a walk together and he would tell her about the flowers he grows himself. Yewa was surprised but agreed to go with him. As they walked, Seol Ho showed her the different flowers. When he ran up to one of the flower beds, he said that the flowers growing there were forget-me-nots and lilies. It's rare to see these flowers to grow together because they have slightly different blooming seasons. The boy said he was glad to show the little mistress these flowers before they wilted. After that, he plucked and showed Yiha one flower. He said it was her favorite flower, so he planted even more of them so they could be seen from everywhere. Yiha seemed kind of upset. She said that Seol Ho comes to see her every day, never losing faith that she'll remember them even though the girl herself doesn't even react to anything. She asked why he was trying so hard. Shouldn't he be frustrated with his attempts by now? The boy said he wasn't frustrated. He is glad that he can see her every day. She has helped him and Shiho a lot in the past. If it wasn't for Yehuo, everyone in the village would have found out their true identity, and even Shihu wouldn't have been able to save them. So Sulhao decided that he would definitely repay her and help her remember everything faster and forget that nightmare. He said that he wanted Little Miss to smile more and never be afraid of anything, as if remembering something else. Seohu asked if the girl slept well at night. He said that Yi Hawa used to be afraid to fall asleep alone, and she and her brother always came to her and talked. The girl also slept by hugging Seoho's tail, and said she liked it. Taking his tail in his hands, the boy drew it in front of him and offered it to the little mistress to touch it again. Yahua said she wasn't a child anymore, but the boy just took her hand and placed it on his tail. The girl really liked it. The tail was so soft and fluffy. But she yanked her hand away with thoughts of how she could do such a thing. And she was obviously crazy since she liked it. After all this talk, she was completely relaxed. Or maybe it was the fact that foxes were good at bewitching people. She thought about asking the doctor about it later, when a maid called out to her and told her that Mr. Li Jung was here. She asked if she could let the boy in. Yahao reacted quickly and turned around to tell Xiao how to hide, but he was already gone. A maid came up to the girl and asked again if she could invite Mr. Li Jung. She replied that she would be waiting for him. When they met, they held hands. Li Jung said he was glad that Yihua could already go outside since the weather was nice. Looking behind Li Jung's back, the girl saw Shihu carrying Xiao Ho into their dwelling. Seeing the girl, Senior Fox bowed to her and quickly disappeared from sight, but there was something wrong on the girl's heart. Yehao and Li Jung were sitting at a table across from each other in the girl's room. The boy took out a case from his pocket and handed it to the girl, saying that it was a gift, and he thought it would suit the girl. The girl accepted the case, and when she opened it, she saw an incredibly beautiful comb. She thanked Li Jung but was kinda lost. The boy asked if maybe she didn't like his gift and she could be honest about it. The girl said that wasn't the case, and she liked the comb a lot. She said she would like to try it on right now, and Li Jung volunteered to help her do that. He put the comb on the girl's hair and said that he had heard from someone that wearing such combs had a special meaning. Yao asked what the meaning was, but the boy said he couldn't remember exactly what it meant, but if she was interested, he would ask again, and when he came to see her later, he would tell her about it. At that moment, Yao remembered an episode from the future. In it, Li Jung had also decorated her hair with a comb and said that, according to legends, after the wedding and the first wedding night, the couple braids each other's hair. So he's giving her this comb now to show her that he's the first to want to braid her hair. He asks if Yihua will marry him. This kind of memory made the girl very teary-eyed, and even a little teary-eyed. Li Jung noticed this and asked what's wrong with the girl. Did she not like the comb after all? Ye Hawa replied that she was just very happy. She thanked the boy and said that she would love to wear his gift. These words made the boy's face seem to glow. In the evening, sitting in her room, Hao looked at the comb she had been given during the day. Shai Ho knocked on her door and said that it was time to take the medicine now. He placed the bowl in front of the lady, and she started to drink it, but felt something was wrong. She put the bowl back down and thought the medicine was sweeter. She didn't remember it being like this before. The girl asked Shai Ho what he added to it, because the flavor was much sweeter now. Shehu said he added licorice this time. The healer asked him to add something sweet so that the medicine would taste better and it would be easier for the little missus to drink it. He asked if Li Yihua wanted him to remove that ingredient, but the girl said she didn't need to do that. After finishing the medicine, she picked up the gifted comb again. Shai asked if it was a gift from Mr. Li Jung. After the girl nodded briefly, he said that the little missus was very suitable for this piece of jewelry, and if she wore it the next time the young master came, he would be very pleased. Shaihu said that Mr. Li Jung is very polite and caring, and he's glad that little mistress has such a friend. The girl was angry at those words for some reason. She said that Shaihu was greatly interested in Li Jung and asked him to spare her this useless curiosity and chatter. Shiho lowered his gaze. and there was nothing left for him to do but obey his mistress's order. But the girl said he was right. Lee Jung really is her good friend who she really likes. So Shai Ho should take care of him as well as taking care of the girl herself. Shai Ho himself said that he would do anything if you had believed him. Then her request would be for Fox to protect Lee Jung as well. Shi-ho had nothing to do but agree to it. The girl thought that Fox was very even-tempered, but she didn't like it. She wondered why she was so angry with him. She had found his weakness, and now things would be the way she wanted them to be. But why does it make her so angry? And she can't find a place for herself. The girl got the feeling that she was doing something she shouldn't be doing. She asked Sho how much longer his brother is going to go to her room. She said he walks around the manor, not even hiding his tail and ears. It will be bad if someone sees this, because then a big fuss will be raised. Or Shai-Hu thinks that since Little Mistress knows their true identity, they don't need to hide and deceive anymore. Shai-Ho said that Seo Ho has been walking around the house for a long time with the permission of Yehui herself. She forbade the servants from coming here precisely so that they could play with Seo Ho more often. And now he was so used to it that it was probably already a bad habit for him. This infuriated the girl even more. She started yelling at Shai-Ho and accusing him of mentioning the fact that she had lost her memory very often. How would she know that Lis wasn't lying? She said that Shi-Ho dare not manipulate her by using her memory loss. Shi-Ho immediately fell to his knees and said that's not true at all. He promised that he would restrain El-Ho in order for Madame not to anger them. Lai-Ho told Shi-Ho to leave because the sight of them made her insides feel like they were boiling. She told the guy to get out and stay out of her sight. The next day, Seo-Ho burst into Yehua's room and asking if the girl has eaten, offers her a walk. The girl decided not to refuse the little fox and went outside with him. Seo-Ho picks her a beautiful bouquet of flowers and tells her that it's a gift especially for her because the flowers suit her so well. Surprised. Yehua asks if Seo-Ho hasn't heard from his brother. The little fox got a little sad and said that he heard the girl tell them not to come closer, but he didn't pay much attention to those words because Yehua had forgotten them because of her illness. He said he knew that when she remembered everything, she would be sad about it. So they would stay close so she wouldn't be so sad and lonely. Yehua asks why Seo-Ho is so sure of that, and what he will do if the memories never come back to the girl. Seo-Ho said that his brother had taught him that as long as they remembered everything, the past wouldn't disappear, but since Ha didn't remember anything, they should try to create new happy memories from now on. He said that he and his brother will cherish the memories of the past, and the girl needs to focus on getting better quickly and living happily. He said that he would like Little Miss to have many good memories. Yehua understood of everything now. She understood why she got so angry every time she looked at the Fox brothers, and why she got furious when she was about to chase them away. She was pissed off by these genuine feelings the foxes were showing. She doesn't know what happened to them in the future or what she herself experienced, but she still continued to suspect them and chase them away. Because things weren't completely clear, she was angry, but she wasn't angry at the foxes at all, but at herself. Suddenly, Solho heard something. He said that Yehua's nanny was coming here and said that they should go back. The fox was in the house in a couple of jumps, and Yehua lost her shoes while climbing in. At that moment, she was thinking why in her house she had to climb in through the window. Suddenly, she saw Shai, who carrying a huge amount of firewood behind his back, and her nanny walking beside him. The woman said that Shi-Ho had chopped so much firewood in such a short time, and she didn't understand how such a skinny body could have so much strength, since the firewood weighed twice as much as him. Watching this, Yehua asked if it's only her father and nanny who come into the house. Soho said that Yehua had forbidden the others to come in, saying she didn't like the fuss. Because Soho can't turn into a human yet, she was afraid that someone might see him. The girl was surprised and thought, since no one else comes in here, then who is watching the house? They heard the nanny's voice again, saying that so many people are asking for Shihu's help, because everyone knows how good he is at his job. However, even here, one should know the measure, because he still has to watch over the little mistress's house. The woman told Shiho to hurry up and take care of the firewood, as he still needed to heat water for Madame's bath, and to get ready, as it would soon be time to take the medicine. She asked if Shihu had remembered to prepare it. The young man said that he had not forgotten. Then the nanny said with a satisfied smile that he had done well and patted him on the shoulder. She said that it was because of Madam that he and COO were able to stay in this house and not starve. Nowhere else would accept those whose origins were unknown so easily. She said that even if Shiho was having a hard time, he should remember that he was only doing all this to repay Madam for her kindness, and he should always work with gratitude. The woman handed him some kind of bundle and said she had prepared jumakpab, a round-shaped lump of rice to which different ingredients can be added, and told him to eat. Shihu thanked the woman for this and began to sort out the firewood as soon as the nanny left. Suddenly, he noticed Yuhawa's shoes on the ground. He walked over to pick them up and wondered why the little mistress had left them here. He turned his head and saw Yue while along with Seol Ho, who had been watching him the whole time. He was displeased that Seol Ho had once again disobeyed his instructions and came to the little mistress. He called his brother over to him, and as soon as he approached, he took him in his arms. He apologized to Ye Hui, and after bowing, he took Seol Ho away. The little fox apologized to his brother, but the little fox said he wasn't angry, just worried that he and Madam were uncomfortable together. Ye Hui, who was watching this, thought that she was really ashamed right now. Not only did she make Shihu a slave by helping him, but she also made him swear allegiance, forgetting her weakness. She and Seol Ho tolerate her hatred without even knowing the reason, and yet she knows the injustice and resentment like no one else. But she's doing the exact same thing now. She realized that she was now acting like the one she hates the most. She told herself she would never be like that, and regretted her actions. The girl was determined to make things right. Shaiha was reading a book to his brother and saw the dried flower he was using as a bookmark. He thought to himself that the mistress liked him very much. When they lost their family, they had nowhere to go and only she could take them in, even if 100 or 1,000 years passed while he was alive. Shaiha wouldn't forget it. He will live to repay the mistress for her kindness. Yahwa told the nanny that she had eaten too much food and would like to take her medicine and rest. The woman replied that as soon as she cleared the table, she would bring the medicine to her. But the girl said she didn't need to be so tense. After the dishes were cleared away, she could go rest herself, and Shiho could bring the medicine. The nanny told the girl that she had forbidden Shiho to get in her sight. If he didn't brought the medicine, she would definitely not take it. Yehoy replied that it was fine, and asked the nanny to call Shiho. The woman obeyed and did as Madam ordered. Shiho was served the medicine, and anxiously asked Madam if there was anything else she wanted to ask him since she was calling for him. Yehoy asked the guy to move closer, and he only moved a centimeter. Then she asked him to move even closer, but he barely moved again. Unable to stand it, the girl went into a small scream and demanded that the young man be at arm's length. The bewildered young fox sat down to the table, and then the girl handed him a gift in his hands. Shai-Ho asked what was in the white box, but the lady said that he would only know when he opened it himself. Confused, the servant opened the lid and found inside a rectangular bookmark with dried flowers glued on and a tassel pendant with a string of beads. He was surprised at the bookmark. The girl, deliberately coughing to avoid embarrassment, said that since he was studying books on house management at his leisure, it would be useful for him to have a bookmark so that he wouldn't have to leaf through the page where he stopped reading each time. There were several emotions mixed on the boy's face. It was obvious that he was very nervous and yet very grateful for the gift from his mistress. The girl said that it was a small thing, but she saw his efforts at reading and decided to make him such a trinket. The boy examined the flower with his fingertips and told Yehewa that the bookmark was very beautiful and he would cherish it. After that, the girl sighed and said that she was sorry for what she had done, that she had been in the middle of a nightmare dream and had taken out all her anger on him. She said that the dream was hell and she couldn't keep silent because she was afraid that it might come true. But because of her emotions and fears, she had jeopardized the truth about him and his brother, which she regretted. The young man asked the lady to stop and assured her that he understood everything. But the girl replied that the fact that he understood did not mean that she had not heard him. She then said that he should not tolerate such words against him, and yet be ever grateful to her for the past. Since that was the past, and he could express his desires to her and fight back, the boy smiled gratefully and said that he would heed this request from now on. The girl began to drink the medicine and after a sip of the infusion, asked if the lad needed anything else. The young man replied that he didn't need any items, and such a gift was quite enough. Yehalin offered to buy the lad new clothes, shoes, or jewelry, and hearing the refusals, said that when he left this house with his brother, it would be best for them to have at least some gold with them. At these words, Shai Ho grew sad, and the girl realized that perhaps he thought that she probably already now wanted to drive him out of the house. After this thought, she said aloud that she meant the distant future, and told the fox to take her to the market next time, and she would buy him something inexpensive to her taste. Shaisu was glad of this arrangement, and willingly agreed to the trip. Shai-Ho carried Sol-Ho on his back, his ears hidden under a scarf and his tail under his cloak. As they walked through the marketplace, the young man told the lady that if she got tired, he could take her in his arms. The girl told Shi-Ho that he was already carrying Seo-Ho, and she felt fine so she could walk on her own. But then she realized that apparently he must have suggested it to her, since this kind of thing had happened a lot in the past, which she didn't remember. The guy put his brother down and started talking to one of the merchants trying to negotiate something. Meanwhile, Saul, who was looking at the food stalls and drooling at the smells of the various foods. Yahweh noticed the boy's interest and offered to buy some mandu. They walked away from the boy and bought some dumplings, then diverted their attention to a few more stalls and came to a store selling calligraphy brushes. Yahweh remembered that Shil not only read books on household management, but also wrote a lot, so it would be a useful gift for him. However, she couldn't find a suitable brush, so she decided to go back with Eel-Seo-Ho to the elder and ask him to choose a brush for her. But as soon as they turned around, they realized they couldn't find Shao in the crowd. They walked in circles, and everywhere they went, they ran into suspicious men. At this moment, Yahweh remembered how dangerous it was for children to walk around without adults, as they could easily be caught and sold as slaves, which often happened to children. The panic in the girl's heart grew, and Sol-Hu said that brother was unlikely to find them, as their scents mixed with the crowd. After that, they moved aside and sat down against the wall of one of the buildings. The girls tried to calm their anxiety and asked the boy if he could smell his brother himself, but he replied in the negative. At that moment, they heard a man's voice behind them, saying that he smelled a sweet scent very close by. The black-haired man, realizing that the sweet scent was coming from Yi Hua, was about to grab her with his hand, but suddenly, Sol-Hu clung to his hand with his teeth. While the man was trying to pull the fox cub off of him, he had already climbed up and began to cover his enemy's eyes. Sol-Hu shouted to the girl to run, but she couldn't move and didn't want to leave her friend in distress. The man threw the boy to the ground, and Yeha picked him up in her arms, falling with him. She wrapped her arms around him and covered him with her body as the man pulled his arms towards her. At that moment, Shi-Ho rushed over to them, hitting the man with his baton in a leap. He then dealt him another blow with a head grab with his legs and eventually knocked out the children's attacker. While the black-haired man lay unconscious, the young man ran to the children to see if they were unharmed. Seo-Ho was crying, and Yeo's eyelids began to droop. The young fox was afraid that the girl had a heart condition, or that her sickness had gotten worse again without medicine far from home. But she only said that she was just tired and was calm now that he was around. She just wanted to close her eyes for a while and sleep. The girl began to wake up to the heavy smell of incense. The white fox was taking her body again while she was unconscious, and the flash of thrill woke the girl up. But because of the slumber and the incense, the girl didn't fully wake up. The whole night was like a blur, and after the fox left the girl in bed, she fell asleep again. Putting on a robe, the young man came out of his chambers and called the older maid to clean up the room. The older woman moistened a handkerchief and began to wipe the girl's sweating body. While she was doing this, she decided to ask about the morale of her master. The fox replied that he felt like he was serving a prison sentence, and then added that he disliked the smell of the incense. The woman said that even if that scent didn't help the mistress come to her senses, she didn't know what else could be done, as she had tried to take her own life too many times. The maid then asked the man to wait a little longer. They needed to put the mistress' body to sleep and heal her from her wounds, and there was likely little time left before she awoke. In her slumber, the girl heard their voices and did not understand what they were talking about. And she also heard the clinking of the lid in the vase in which the incense was being changed. After that, She fell into a deep sleep and went back in time again. She was sitting behind Shai Ho's back, and little Seo Ha was tied by his belt in his brother's arm and was walking. They were walking at sunset. Yeoa thought back to recent events and realized that she had fainted during the attack, and afterwards had a dream that she didn't remember. The weakened girl noticed the fox cub crying hard. She said he was as much of a crybaby as his brother, and then both noticed her waking up. She told Shai Ho that if he wasn't a bad fox, he should never hurt her. The young man replied that he would never dare to do so, and then the young mistress fell back into slumber. Little Seo Ha looked at his friend and thought that if it had not been for his weakness, she would not have been hurt. He stopped crying and swore to himself that he would become as strong and brave as his older brother and would definitely protect Yaiwei in the future. Meanwhile, the white fox looked at his sleeping concubine with a sense of longing. He took her hand to put her under the blanket and noticed that there was a scar on her palm. However, he didn't remember that she had such a mark before. How long ago had it been there? The girl woke up in her bed. Her illness had increased, and with it a fever and feverishness. There was a cool wet compress on her forehead, but it did nothing to relieve the heat and redness of her face. The father held his daughter's hand and said pitifully that he regretted having let her go out, and it was because of this that her health had deteriorated. The girl said that she would be fine soon, and that going to the market was not the reason. After asking her father once again not to worry about her, she turned to Shiho, who was sitting behind her, and asked him to go and rest since he had never left her side this whole time. He definitely felt guilty for leaving Madame alone in a crowded place and putting her in danger, so he resisted the request to rest. Yeoa told him to come at night, when she had calmed down a bit and the fever had passed, and asked him to get some sleep. She realized that his regrets, awkwardness, and other feelings were not an act, and he was really a timid fox grateful to her for the shelter of her home. After this thought, she considered that what would affect his change in character and lead to the murder of his father had not yet occurred. She could prevent these actions, but for now she must treat Sheho well. She had to find out the reasons for the attack on her father and change the future. A few days passed, and Yeoa was already starting to feel better and could sit at the table. As she was drinking her medicine, Shehu announced that Mr. Lee Jung had come to visit them and asked the girl if she would escort him to her room. The young mistress gave her consent and asked the nanny where the hairpin given by the boy last time lay. As soon as the girl put on the hairpin, Lee Jung ran into her room, asking on the fly how she was feeling, as he had heard that she had gotten into an altercation with an outlaw. The girl replied that she was fine, and the boy calmed down. Shihu put tea and sweets on their table and then left. Lee Jung asked her friend if everything was okay with this servant, since he took care of her all the time. Then the girl remembered that the last time they met, she had assured her friend that Shihu was a fox, and she replied aloud that she was just talking nonsense because of her painful nightmares, and her suspicions were false. Lee Jung then calmed down about that, and a blush shone on his cheeks as he noticed that the girl was wearing his gift in her hair. Yehawa awkwardly asked her friend to buy a writing brush since she didn't have time to buy one at the market last time. And now, due to her illness, she wouldn't be allowed outside for a long time yet. The young gentleman answered her friend that he would help her and buy a good brush, but the task was not easy, and on his next trip to the market, he really realized that it was difficult to choose a gift. Then the vendor asked Li Zhang what exactly he wanted. The boy thought that Yehua had asked him for a brush for herself, and so he asked for an item that would suit a young girl. The merchant then suggested a delicate brush created from laurel leaves, which gave off a faint fragrance when used. Such a brush was a good romantic gift. The boy agreed and asked to wrap his purchase. While the seller was putting the goods in the box, the young gentleman heard a conversation between men sitting nearby. They were discussing that recently some beast had appeared in the forests and was attacking other animals. Many animals had already died because of it, so all the farmers were told to keep a closer eye on their livestock so that this predator wouldn't get to them as well. After that, Li Jung immediately ran to visit Yehua. She greeted the boy and opened the box. The brush was very beautiful, and she said that it was exactly what she needed. She then told her friend that the babysitter would give him back the money he spent. However, Li Jung replied that he wouldn't accept any money, and seeing her smile was enough as payment and then added that he wanted her to use the gift with pleasure. Then he remembered the rumors he had heard and told the girl about them. Yehoah replied that he had not supposed that on her errand he would hear such terrible news, and apologized. And Shiho, who was sweeping the yard hearing this dialogue, was horrified, though he did not show it by turning away from his mistress. The next night he attacked a wild boar in the forest to replenish his meat supply. After the hunt, Shiho took a dip in a pool of water in the forest to wash off the blood and changed into clean clothes. Under the moonlight, he was wiping his hair with a towel when suddenly he felt trouble. A swarthy girl with black hair was walking down the path, wearing a cloak that covered her head with a hood. Following her were several predators, namely wolves and tigers, but the girl herself was walking at a leisurely, calm pace. The young man thought that the stranger was in trouble, and when the predators jumped up behind her back, he chopped both beasts with his knife. The two bodies now lay on the ground, and Shihu began to ask the girl if she was okay, and if she had any wounds on her. The brunette pulled off her hood, and pointing her finger accusingly at the young man's chest, began to yell at him. Who was he, and why was he interfering with her hunt? Shiho then noticed that this stranger had red eyes that said that she was definitely not human. Because of her black curly hair and swarthy skin, he assumed that she was from the Black Fox clan. He replied that he thought she was in danger, so he decided to help her. The girl then replied that these beasts were her prey. She suggested that the guy might have been sent by her father and asked if he worked for her dad. Then the guy asked who her father was, and the girl was very much surprised at the question. She asked if because he lived on the outskirts, did the rumors totally not reach him. Shiho then said that he had always lived alone and didn't know what was in the fox world. Then the brunette decided to introduce herself with her name and title, but after hesitated and said that it was unimportant and happiness was in ignorance. After that, she told the guy to stay away from her prey and ran away at super speed into the depths of the forest so that she was gone in a second. Shiho thought about this moonlit encounter during the afternoon while he was cleaning the courtyard of Yewai's house. Just recently, the young mistress had been attacked by a black fox in the market, and now this girl had appeared in the neighborhood, and it was not all good. It was possible that those rumors young Master Li Jung had heard about were just about black foxes that had come down to the outskirts of the villages from their territory. In that case, he needed to be even more careful when hunting and better protect Yahweh. While he was thinking about this, he didn't even notice the girl watching him the whole time. Evening came and Shihu returned to his hut where his younger brother was waiting for him. Together they were learning to write. Little Soul, who was able to write as many as 5 syllables, and asked for a break. His older brother praised him for his work and asked him to write 2 more syllables so that they could finish the lesson. At that moment, Yewei knocked on their door. The little fox happily opened the door to greet her friend. She said that she came in briefly to deliver a gift. Before she could say that she wanted to give it to Shiho, Solho noticed that she had noticed that he was learning to write, so she wanted to give him a brush. The girl stood there confused, and Solhu assured her that he would study even harder after the gift. Shihu thanked Madam for the gift, for it was an added incentive for his little brother to study. Yehua didn't say who the gift was for, but thought to herself that Shihu was a fool for not realizing that the brush was supposed to be his. Then she thought that not long ago, he had been so genuinely pleased with the dried flower bookmark, and he had not even realized that she had done it deliberately so that he would forget her accusations and forgive her, so that she could continue to act secretly in her own interests. Leaving these thoughts, the girl said that she was about to leave for her room. Then the young fox volunteered to escort her to her chambers. As they walked towards her cabin, Shihu thought, why did Madam's mood worsen and she became sad? At this moment, the girl turned around to him and asked him, did she and her brother always roam the streets alone? They had no parents or any other ties. She then hastened to correct herself and asked if she didn't know this information before she lost her memory. At first startled, but then in a blink of an eye, a reassured Shiho told Madam that she had not been interested in this before, and had always told him that origin and the past were not important, and only the present was important. Then the girl thought that in this way he was trying to sneak out of the answer, and asked that if she wanted to know, could he tell her now? After this request, a terrible picture unfolded before Shiho's eyes. His father had put Sao-ho, who was still just a baby, in his arms and hid him in a safe place for them to escape together. and lastly asked him to take care of his younger brother. When the doors closed behind Shai-ho, he continued to stand still, and through the gap, he saw that the shadow of a tall man, a black fox, was standing over his father's silhouette. He slapped Shai-ho's father across the face and told him that it was all his own fault, and he was no longer entitled to the throne. He then grabbed his head with both hands to kill him. The young man's chest ached, and he cried out in mortification, falling to his knees. Yahao was startled by this reaction to his request, and the young man replied briefly and quickly that his parents had died in the incident. They had been attacked, and then his father had hidden him in a shelter from where he had escaped with his younger brother. He wanted to give the reason for the attack, but then the girl said he didn't need to say that and hugged the boy tightly around his neck. They both cried, and Yahoo asked the fox not to take her words as orders. And if it was hard for him to talk about something, or he didn't want to, he could always say no. When the young mistress left for her bedroom, the boy went back to his room. Asiel, who was already sound asleep with a smile on his face, and in his sleep, he was holding the box with a gift brush in his hands. The words of his father, who had asked him to take care of Asiel-ho, replayed in the lad's mind. He stroked the younger man's hair and went to the warehouse in the early morning to make breakfast and check their supplies. There wasn't much meat left in the sack, and the boy realized that Sol, who had started eating a lot more because of his growth, and now his supply wasn't enough for as many days as it used to be. He would have to go hunting more often now. When dusk came, he went to the forest where he was able to slaughter a black fox. While he was carving chunks of meat from it, he felt that he had failed to replenish the fox's energy, and now he was very weak for hunting, and he needed to rest properly before doing so. Suddenly, he felt that someone was attacking him from behind. Shihu put his bloody knife forward and repelled the attack of the dagger aimed at him. The attacker turned out to be the stranger he had met on the last hunt. She was equally surprised to meet again the one who had taken her prey last time. Noticing that he had almost no fox energy, and the fact that he was stacking chunks of meat from the killed fox instead of devouring it whole, she asked what he was doing and why he didn't know how to replenish his powers. The guy replied that it wasn't like she thought. To live among humans, he needed to suppress his energy and appetite. Then the brunette began to ask why the young man needed to live among humans. In her opinion, it was too hard and pointless, so she suggested that he come with her and join her clan. Shai-ho declined the invitation and said that he lived among humans for a number of reasons he couldn't tell. Then the girl said that since he hunted outside the village, the humans apparently didn't know he was a fox. She then began to tell him that when they found out about his identity, they would kill him, or at best expel him, from their community. Since the current situation regarding humans and foxes was very scary because of what the previous Fox King had done. Shai-ho knew that his father was the king, and became worried about what was this girl's knowledge. He lied that he had been on his own since birth, so he didn't know anything. Then the girl wondered where in the history of foxes she should begin, and said that there were 2 clans of foxes, black and white. As she told the story, she drew illustrations in hieroglyphics, with a stick on the ground. The previous king became the king of the 2 clans, but he fell in love with a human. Because of that, he turned a blind eye when humans, breaking the rules, invaded the foxes' territory and nearly destroyed their clans. The one who prevented him from doing so became the current king of both clans. After hearing this, Shai-ho asked, why was the previous king's wife to blame? He didn't see the connection. The brunette then asked the guy, didn't he know the essence of people? That woman was making the leader of the white foxes patronize humans. Otherwise, why would the foxes who had been highly resentful of humans all their lives suddenly change their minds? Hearing someone slandering his own mother for seducing and stupefying his father's mind, Shai-ho shouted that it wasn't like that and he wasn't willing to listen to it. At first, the brunette did not understand the expression on the young man's face, which reflected horror, and then looking at his appearance, she thought that he belonged to the White Fox clan, for whom this topic was a sore subject. The brunette said that this topic was a sore point for all the white foxes and suggested changing the subject. Shai-ho thought he had almost revealed his identity, so he asked if white foxes and black foxes used to fight with each other. The girl replied that it was like that, and she belonged to the black foxes, but did the 2 of them care? The guy replied that he didn't care. However, if she decided to reveal his identity in front of people, she would then become his enemy. The brunette looked into the guy's eyes for a moment, and then silently disappeared into the forest. Shiho only hummed at her departure and was about to return to carving the fox carcass when suddenly the corpse of a boar fell beside him. The girl came back and told the boy to replenish his strength, and then added that if he was having a hard time, he could join her clan because it was much better to live in a pack. Her house accepted white foxes as servants, but everyone lived well. After that, Shiho went to the water body again to wash off the blood. He remembered the black fox's story about his mother and realized how distorted the truth was. In fact, his mother had been killed unjustly. The current Fox King, along with his clan, had created a conspiracy against his father and mother to take the throne. After all the thinking, he touched his face tiredly, began to walk out of the lake. Meanwhile, the brunette entered her bedroom through the window, happy that no one had caught her this time. However, the joy was not long, and in her room stood several maids, who complained that their mistress again disappeared somewhere during the night, and said that her father was waiting for her. Hearing this, the girl began to hurry the maids to get her clothes ready for her as soon as possible. She sat down on a chair, and the foxes began to do her hair and put on her dress. There were many white foxes among her servants, and looking at their hair, she thought again of the stranger in the forest. It was the first peer she had met, and she wished she could bring him into her home. Before she left, she told him that if things got hard for him after all, he could find her and she would help him. Then Shiho asked the girl what her name was, and she said her name, Su-Ra. That was the name her father was now addressing her by while in the main hall of the palace. He was looking at his daughter sitting on his throne with a bored look, but the girl felt his gaze very heavy and piercing. Yahweh was strolling through the garden in the early morning when she saw Shiho entering the grounds from the gate. She ran up to him and asked him where he was at such an early morning. The young man replied that he had been washing, and afterward asked the lady herself why she had not slept and put on the cloak he had left in her room, as it was chilly in the morning. The girl said she just woke up early and changed the subject, noticing how tired the fox was. She told him that he should get a good night's sleep, and he needn't leave so early to take a bath, as there was no one else in the house but her and the nanny, and he wouldn't be seen. Moreover, she understood that it was hard to maintain a human appearance, because Salhao still didn't know how to hide his ears and tail and change his hair color, which meant it was very energy consuming, and told the boy that under her he could waste no energy and walk as he wanted. The young man was very grateful to the mistress, and sitting down on his knees, said thank you for her trouble. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, and embarrassed, she said that she had to visit the healer today, but she had asked Nanny to stay home, and wanted to go see him with Shiho, and they could also take Sol along for the walk. After saying that, she abruptly turned around and said that they would see each other later, then ran to her room to hide her embarrassment. Yua sat inside the palanquin with Seolho. The boy was again covered with his cloak and shawl tied around his head, and was looking through the window at the streets with curiosity. He thanked the girl for letting him stay with her and go to the healer, and then looked at Shiho, who was accompanying the palanquin with the guards, and apologized for what had happened at the market. Yahweh didn't understand what was meant, and asked the boy what he apologized for. Or Seol, who then said that if he was stronger, he would have been able to protect her, and was very angry at himself for his weakness. The young mistress told him that it was all right, for he was still a child, and he was not required to protect and be strong. But the little fox said that nevertheless he would try to be as strong as his older brother, and in the future he would be sure to protect her from any threats. After a while they arrived at the place, and Yahweh went to be examined. The healer gave her an acupuncture treatment and did a few other procedures and examinations. Shiho diligently wrote down in his notebook, which he carried on his belt twisted into a tube, what needed to be bought and done to maintain the mistress's health. Afterward, the girl returned to the palanquin where Esiel had been waiting for her all this time. She was exhausted from the treatment, and very much tired. The boy covered her with a plaid and told her that she could go to sleep, and he would wake her up as they approached the house. Shiho, accompanying the palanquin, wondered if this path they were walking on had always been so quiet. The sun had already set, and they were walking in darkness, and it seemed to the fox that danger was about to approach them. His premonition was correct, and the next moment they were attacked by a pack of black foxes. The werewolves killed all the guards in a second and overturned the palanquin. Shiho realized that these foxes were many times stronger than what he had seen at the market, and they outnumbered him, so he could hardly stand against them for long, as he had little strength. Yehua woke up, and together with Seol-ho, she rolled over and sighed onto her side. The children were in a panic, and the girl screamed in fear. Shiho covered them with his back and shouted to the foxes not to dare attack, but some still approached the palanquin and jumped on top. Then Shiho took out a knife from his belt, stabbed it into the neck of one fox, and then slit the throat of the second fox. The rest of the pack became even more enraged and pounced on the young man. Seol-ho told Yehua to run away, but before they could get out, someone fell from above and stabbed the girl in the arm, causing the walls of the box to collapse. The leader of the horde lifted Yehua by the collar of her dress and told her that she was the one who gave off such a sweet scent, so he intended to swallow her whole at once. Shiho was lying on the wreckage of the palanquin, with a deep claw wound on his chest. He shouted for the fox not to dare touch the lady, and Seol-ho sank his fangs into his enemy's leg. The man threw the boy off of him, and he flew forward, falling to the ground. The fox boy lifted himself off the ground and felt his weakness. Right now, there was no way he could save Yehua and his brother, and anger at himself and his own powerlessness took over the boy. He didn't want to be weak anymore. He clenched his fist tightly and began to concentrate his fox energy. The black foxes saw a pillar of light suddenly appear in the bushes among the trees. After that, a white nine-tailed fox was walking towards them, emitting radiance. The wounded Shiho saw his father in this image and thought it was him. But then he noticed that the energy was unstable, so it was Seol-ho. Indeed, behind the image of the big fox was the same shimmering fox. Shiho remembered his father's edict to protect Seol-ho at all cost, to not let anyone know about his power until he could control it himself. The nine-tailed fox, controlled by a small fox cub, moved closer to the enemies and then roared loudly. The energy from his roar was a large stream of air, and in the blink of an eye, it tore apart all the black foxes, turning the clearing into a bloody mess. After that, Seol-ho regained his usual appearance, and immediately collapsed without strength. Yehua was lying in her bed, once again overcome by fever. Her father sat by her bedside, regretting what had happened. He had specially placed a few guards to protect her after the incident at the market and the rumors of animal deaths in the neighborhood. But even that couldn't keep her safe. The servant tried to reassure his master by explaining that no one had survived the incident, so nothing could keep the young mistress out of danger, and she was only able to survive thanks to Shiho, who had brought her on his back but was covered in blood and looked like a walking corpse. Only the favor of fate was able to save the girl, and that was already a great happiness. The man replied that he had completely forgotten about Shiho and asked his subordinate to take the medicine to the young boy. Then he asked the nanny and the other girls who were looking after Yehua what was her condition. The woman replied that the girl's health was very fragile, and even a simple wound or cut could throw her off balance and cause a fever. And her wound on her arm was very deep, so they couldn't puzzle out whether the girl could make it or not. Meanwhile, in reality, Yehua was anxiously sleeping due to the stuffiness of the room and the incense on her face. Her face was sweating, and then the fox opened the windows to let in some air, which made the girl feel better instantly. He stroked her cheek, and then noticed that there was a new scar on her arm that was definitely not there before. When he touched the mark, memories of the past that hadn't been there suddenly appeared in his mind. It flashed before his eyes how Yehua had been attacked by wolves and destroyed the palanquin, while Shiho and Seol-ho had protected her. He was definitely sure that this event had not happened in the past, which meant something had changed. After that, he left the girl and left the room. After a while, Yehua woke up and then realized that she could fall asleep and go into the past when her life was on the line. And in the same way, she would wake back up when a threat to her life appeared in the past. She was very worried about what might happen afterwards to Shiho and Seol-ho, and realizing that she couldn't change anything in the present unlike the past, and rushed to somehow hurt herself or try to kill herself so that she would be on the verge of death. However, no sooner had she done so than suddenly, pain shot through her body and she screamed loudly. Fox and the maids rushed into the room and saw the girl squirming in pain on the bed. The young man saw that the bead inside her body had become violent and red energy was spreading from it. He motioned for the servants to leave the room and told them he would call them when he came out himself. He then bent over Yaha, and the latter was in tears, saying that her stomach hurt very badly, as if a fire was burning inside her. Fox kissed her and told her to ignore the pain and concentrate only on the sensations she was getting, and then held her tightly against him. After a long kiss, the girl felt that the pain in her stomach began to recede a little. Fox wanted to put the girl on the bed and lie on top of her, but then he remembered how last time she had told him in tears that if he touched her, she would bite her tongue and die. He got up and was about to leave, and then Yiho herself, without knowing why, but took him by the edge of his clothes and asked him to stay and continue what he wanted. He told her that he didn't want her to try to kill herself again, and asked why she wanted to continue. The girl bashfully said she didn't need to ask her that, and there was no point in it, for she was his prisoner anyway, and there was no escaping it sooner or later. After that, the fox plopped the girl down on the bed and took her legs. She was very tense, and then he began to relax her body through the fabric of her robe. Coaxing her requests to be gentler annoyed him. Once the girl was relaxed and prepared, she willingly succumbed to the man's caresses and enjoyed the process with him in her arms. She called the fox by the name of Shiho. The man looked at her in surprise and removed their clothes. After a night spent together, the girl put her arms around the fox's shoulders and placing her palms on his face, she moved forward and kissed him on the lips. The pain in Yiho's stomach subsided, and instead, she began to feel the warmth begin to spill over her body, and she wanted to feel more and more full inside. The fox turned her over and began to take her roughly, and soon after, 2 tears of relief slipped down the girl's face. She fell asleep, and the man covered her with a blanket, stroking the new scar. Thoughts of memories that hadn't been there before kept him awake. The girl began to shift back in time again, but still lay unconscious in a fever. The servants treated Shiho's wounds and bandaged his chest, but the young man's skin would not heal in any way, and he could not regain consciousness. One of the women went inside and asked the servants not to stay here for a long time, as the younger brother of the guy was very afraid of people and hid from them. Then all the people came out and began to discuss in the courtyard about the brothers' hard fate, their unknown origins, and how Mrs. Yiwei had taken them in. Little Seo Hao got out of the dresser. He usually slept in, just in case if people came in, he would already be hidden. He lay down beside his brother, hoping that he would wake up soon. When evening came, the boy realized that he had already eaten all the meat his brother had brought next time. But he was very hungry, and his stomach was rumbling. He was already thinking about going out and finding food himself, but he realized that he was completely inept at hunting. If he could completely satisfy his hunger, he would then be able to share the fox's energy with his brother, and his wounds would heal faster. Suddenly, the boy smelled a strong sweet odor, the source of which was not far away. He followed the scent trail and found himself in Yi Hua's bedroom. She was sleeping soundly, with Nanny dozing beside her. The fox cub's eyes were glowing yellow in the darkness, and there was a beastly expression on her little face. The sweet scent intoxicated the little one, and he lost his mind, ready to pounce on his friend. At that moment, Shiho, who woke up and noticed his brother's absence just in time, caught him. Seol, who looked at his brother with a predatory look, but then gradually began to calm down and relax in the older man's arms. He asked Shiho if he couldn't feel that Yoa had such a delicious smell coming from him, and then he started to fall asleep. Shiho remembered Soho, telling him about the sweet scent coming from Ye Hua. The kid was under the influence of his fox energy that he couldn't suppress, while his older brother deliberately didn't replenish it to be as human-like as possible. However, in order to verify what the scent was about, he needed to replenish his energy. Early in the morning, he went into the forest and caught a deer. After apologizing to the animal, he absorbed its life energy, and burying the corpse, he walked towards the house. When he reached the mansion, he felt that this sweet scent was all over the houses of their residents, and it was coming from Yi Hua's house. He could not bear the odor, and in order not to give in to his primal instincts, he ran back into the forest, where he fell to his knees and cried hysterically. All the memories associated with Ye Hua began to flash before him. When he had first come to the village with little Soul, home in his arms he had heard an old woman telling the children a shadow theater play in which she talked about foxes. Their bodies were never disposed of. Their skins were used for fur coats. their claws and teeth for jewelry, but even the carcasses themselves were always used whole. It was said that foxes' blood could disperse vital energy, and their organs could cure diseases, so they could serve as a source for medicines. A real panacea. The story ended with the narrator telling the children that foxes were cunning and could often lure people with their blood and flesh and then trap them in their traps, so it was best not to hunt foxes. Hearing this play for the first time, Shaho looked at Eseo Ho, who was tied to him with a handkerchief, said that when their father was king, humans and foxes lived without paying attention to each other, but if it was now possible to live in such a way that their existence was an old legend, then they should try their best to hide their origin and identity. But it wasn't long before he met Yehua. The girl seemed incredibly wise to him, for she not only protected them, the accused thieves, but also took them into her home, even though they were enemies of humans. When Shaiho first started working in the house, and saw the girl squirming in pain, in moments of fever, he asked the nanny what the mistress was sick with. The woman told the boy that Madame Yehua had a very weak immune system and her internal organs did not function well. She could catch a cold and get seriously ill even from a light summer breeze. This was also how her late mother was, who also died due to her poor health. The young man wondered why Yethe was so wise and mature beyond her years, both at the time of their rescue and in general. He realized it when he saw her sad eyes change to an expression of complete understanding when she once again had to close the windows to keep the wind from blowing. She wasn't mature, she was just resigned to her fate. Shaihu sincerely didn't want the girl to live her entire life cooped up in a room and only be able to look at the same view from the window. He decided to go along with his selfishness to see as much as possible his mistress happy, joyful, and walking outside. He decided to believe the rumors that the blood of foxes was a painche, and began adding a drop of his blood to each bowl of medicine. Life force did return to the girl, and she was no longer as weak as before, but by doing so he condemned the girl to a life of suffering and danger. His blood, mixed with hers, formed a very strong sweet scent, which now attracted all the foxes who began to desire to devour her. Because of his own selfishness to help the girl, he had now made things even worse. Moreover, her health was now completely dependent on his blood, and she would require more and more of it in the future. But if he stopped giving it, then she would definitely die. He couldn't forgive himself for this, and continued to cry with no power to change anything. Shaihu stood outside Yahao's room, with a tray with food and medicine on it. The nanny came out to him, who was startled by his appearance. She told him that he had just recently been lying unconscious, so how could he be on his feet now? He needed to lie down, and she asked him to lie down another day to rest properly. But the young man, with an unhappy look, said that he could not lie still while his mistress was unwell. He had already been taken care of by everyone, and now he had the strength to help. Realizing that it was pointless to argue, the nanny said she would only rest for 2 hours, and after that she would come to change him. She let him, as she knew that no one treated the young mistress better than him. Yahawa woke up to reality. She noticed that her body had been washed, dressed, and even the linens on the bed had been changed. She remembered what had happened the night before, and blamed herself for asking the fox to make love to her, even though he had literally held her captive and raped her before. At that moment, the head maid entered the room with a tray of food. She suddenly smelled the sweet aroma from the girl, and to control herself, she threw the tray and ran further down the hall. As she ran, she bumped into her master's shoulder. The white fox stopped the woman and asked her what was the matter. The woman explained that she almost lost her temper because of her mistress's scent. The man realized that all the servants would soon go mad in this way, and ordered that no one should be allowed into the part of the palace where Yehao lived, and that more soporific incense should be brought. The maid asked the lord if the lady would run away if no one was watching her, and was it certain that more incense was needed, for the man did not like the smell of it. The man replied that everything was fine, and thanks to the bead, it was unlikely that Yehua would be able to do anything else to escape. Meanwhile, the girl was strolling in a single robe, barefoot through the garden that was off to the side of her chambers. She didn't understand why that maid had run away or where the rest of the courtiers had gone. As she looked around for a single living soul, she accidentally stepped barefoot on a small pebble on a stone slab. She clutched her foot, which was bleeding, and wondered where the stone could have come from in such a well-kept garden, where the paths were always cleaned. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fox ran up to her and grabbed her arm. He yelled at her for trying to get away from him again, and in such a way. The girl tried to calm him down, saying that she knew he wouldn't let her escape, and she was just trying to find someone since everyone seemed to be missing. He led her back to the bedroom, and threw her on the bed, holding her legs. Yawa was frightened and began to tearfully beg him to stop doing anything, as she didn't want intimacy right now. But she herself misunderstood the fox, as he just started to treat the wound on her leg. She didn't understand why he was providing medical care in such a simple way, and didn't resort to the fox's power. Then the man himself said that he would no longer forcibly touch her. As from now on, she would ask him for intimacy on her own, and touched her stomach with his index finger. Would then realize that the pain in her stomach was some kind of magic, and he did it on purpose so that she herself would beg him to relieve her of this pain. He loomed over her from above, and told her that her body was now completely hers. The girl felt humiliated, for not only had he robbed her of her family and future, now he was trying to permanently dishonor her body. It wasn't enough, and he wanted more, to break her will. She said she wouldn't have him, and looking into his eyes with a serious look, she bit her tongue. She covered her mouth to let the blood flow into her pride. Blood flowed from her eyes, and eventually she choked, passing out. As she fainted, Yehawa thought that she would finally never see that fox's face again. She woke up again in her bed as a little girl. Standing next to her was a worried shit who asked her how she was feeling. With tears of resentment, the girl threw back his hands and didn't say a word to him. The young man realized that apparently Madame must have had a bad dream about him again, and did not bother her any further. The next day, immersed in his thoughts, he spent a long time sweeping the garden, standing in one place. Ye Hua, sitting on the veranda, told him not to stand still, and he finally looked at her. The boy had been standing with his back to her all morning, and never once looked in her direction. The girl realized that she shouldn't have taken out on him the wrongs she had received in the present, and tried to win back his affection, which had broken again during the night. Xiahao turned around, and then Yehawa tearfully started yelling at him to stop pleasing her, to be himself, and to openly tell her his grievances, and not to tolerate her attitude, which was only spoiled by silly dreams. When she had calmed down, the young man asked the mistress how old she was in those dreams. Then the girl told him to bring to the ledge of the veranda the 2 boxes that stood in the garden. When he did so, she stood on top and said that she was exactly the height she had been in her dreams. She was about a shoulder height, and Xiahao was embarrassed to imagine her as an older and prettier girl. Yehua, looking at Shihu's face full of love for her, began to cry in pain. She didn't understand why he did such atrocities to her in the future if he treated her well now. The boy was frightened by Mistress's tears, and she asked him to come closer. He came almost close to her, and she rested her forehead against his chest and began to cry into his shirt, but forbade him to touch her even with his fingertips. They stood there in silence for a while until Yi Hua cried. Meanwhile, in the Black Fox Palace, Madame Sura heard the news from her maids that a pack of foxes had brutally mauled each other on the border because they had been stupefied by human scent. The girl could not believe that her kin could be so insane as to kill each other, and asked if there were any signs of such a thing. The maids replied that there were almost no traces, and the whole incident had been covered up. Sura then thought that it was unlikely that her father would believe this news. The Fox King really did not believe it all, and after discussing the incident once again with his subordinates, he ordered them to start investigating and investigate the boundaries. Li Zheng came to visit Yehua in tears, as he was very much afraid that he might not see her again, for her condition was very bad and the illness was not going to go away. However, the girl recovered, and with a cheerful look hugged her friend, saying that everything was fine now. The embarrassed boy, with a blush on his cheeks, handed his friend a present. It was a box with lots of sweets. He told her to eat them and wished that she was on the mend. While they were drinking tea, the girl thought that she would have to set aside some of the treats and bring them to Seoho later for him to try as well. Li Zheng was talking about funny incidents, about his little brother's studies, and while Yehua was laughing from his jokes, he noticed that the glass with the writing brushes didn't have his gift in it. He turned to the girl and asked her how she liked the new brush and if she had used it. Hearing Li Zong's question, the girl immediately realized that he thought she had asked for the brush as a gift for herself. She didn't want to upset her friend, so she began to lie that the brush was lovely and went well with the incense of the ink she was painting with. But the boy remembered that the salesman had told him that this brush was made from dried laurel leaves and could barely convey the scent of the ink. He told his friend that apparently she hadn't used it and asked her to tell the truth. Yeha apologized and told him that she didn't actually ask for the brush for herself but for another person. Li Zheng was upset but didn't show it and said that next time she should tell him the whole truth right away. The girl apologized again, and they continued the tea party in awkward silence. When night fell, her father stopped by Yihua's house to say goodnight. He told her that he was glad to hear her laughing tonight, and since she had a good time with Li Zheng, he would try to make sure the boy stopped by more often. Afterward, he stroked his daughter's head and asked if she would stop by to see them. Yihu replied that he should have come quite soon, as she had asked him to make the medicine early today, and then asked her father what he needed to see Shihu for. The man replied that he wanted to entrust the boy with his daughter's protection, since he was the one who had saved her from both the robber at the market and the attack in the forest, which meant that there was no one better than him to trust with her life. Yeha was overjoyed at this news, and said that she too would like Shiho to be her guardian. Shiho came to Yeha's room, and heard the Lord offer to protect his daughter. Father and daughter expected the young man's consent at once, and were prepared to see the joy on his face, but their wish was not granted. Shihu's face was tense, and even fear and excitement could be seen in it. Several thoughts flashed through the fox's mind at once. If he became Yihao's protector, he would have to stay by her side for 24 hours a day, in which case he would have no time to hunt, and so he would start eating more. But if he warned Madame to get out to hunt, then she might be frightened by the fact that they, like beasts, needed to eat forest game. Then he decided that he needed to buy time and teach Xiao Ho how to hunt so he could hunt and forage for food by himself. Shihu said aloud that the offer was an honor to him, but he couldn't agree right away and needed time to think it over. The head of the household replied that, of course, the offer was not an easy one, and was willing to wait for a response. He asked the boy to let him know whether he would accept or decline as soon as he made a decision, and Yihui couldn't understand why her friend was puzzled, and why he didn't agree to be her bodyguard right away. Sura was examining the traces of the battle at the border in the forest. Other than the destroyed palanquin, she didn't find a single trace. There were no traces of the battle and blood, nor was there any fox energy that should still be in the air. Even her father was oblivious to the situation, but an inner premonition kept her uneasy. Not far away, the girl recognized a place where she had previously encountered a white fox on a hunt. She thought, since it was so dangerous here, is he all right? Reaching this place, she wanted to meet him, but seeing no one thought that of course he had more than one hunting spot. Looking around, she thought, how could this fox feed solely on meat cut from animal carcasses and not want more? Suddenly, she noticed a bump on the ground. As it turned out, it was a shallowly buried deer whose body was completely desiccated. Sura laughed as the stranger not only buried the body poorly, that the rains caused it to come out, but he also went against his principles and still filled his fox energy by absorbing the life force from the animal instead of just eating just the meat. Li Zheng strolled through the market and approached the stall where he usually bought jewelry for Yeha. The vendor greeted the young master and told him that they had a new piece of jewelry just recently. The boy said he wanted to take a look at it. And while the merchant was pulling the goods from the shelf, he noticed that there were a lot of guards in the neighborhood who were put in place to protect the livestock and people. Li Zheng decided to come to the market because he thought that the brush incident was a misunderstanding, because Yeha hadn't told him that she was going to use the brush in the first place. So she wasn't lying, and he thought that she had asked for a gift for herself. Then he decided that in order to remove the awkwardness, he would make a new gift for her, because what had happened was not befitting the behavior of a noble man, and he didn't want to upset his friend any further. In addition to the guards, he also noticed that the merchants were discussing the latest rumors about what was going on with the animal killings. One of the men suggested that it could have been foxes, which had not been heard of until recently, but they could have been activated and come to the lands of men. The other replied that foxes had not been heard of for years, so it was all a fairy tale and it was unlikely that they still existed. However, the first one did not stop, and said that if you catch one of the foxes, then with his help, you can heal from any disease and achieve longevity, because fox blood was a real panacea. Li Jung thought about these words after thinking about Yi Hawa's illness. Would fox blood be able to cure her ailment? A trader was walking late at night along a forest trail to return home. He had been late for work, and now he walked in fear of running into some beast, as well as worrying about his family waiting for him at home. Unfortunately, the man's fears were realized. The next moment, someone's shadow flashed over his head. He turned in that direction, and he was filled with terror. Yaha was standing outside Shiho and Siohu's hut trying to get through to the fox, but no one opened the door, and she was worried about the baby, as she hadn't seen him for days and couldn't give him any presents. In fact, Sioho was in the forest, covered in blood and killing beasts to replenish his strength. The next morning, Li Jung came to visit Yi Hawa. He handed his friend a box with a gift, and she took out a piece of jewelry after thanking him. It was a clothing pendant, which she immediately put on herself after receiving a compliment from her friend. Then he told her that he had heard a new rumor in the market. The girl was all ears, and the boy told her that the guards in the neighborhood increased, and everyone believed that the attacks on the animals were the hands of foxes. He also heard that the heart and blood of foxes was a true panacea for all diseases. At this moment, Shaiha was serving them tea, and hearing such words, his hand trembled, causing him to almost drop the cup. He began to apologize to the lady, but the lady told him that it was all right, for he had not spilled anything, and then told him that he could tread. The young man left the room, and the girl asked Li Zhong, did he really believe all those rumors? The boy replied that a noble man shouldn't have believed such a thing, so he thought these rumors were baseless. In fact, after hearing her friend's words, Yeha was very worried about Shiho's reaction, and thought about how fox blood affected human health. When Li Zhong left and evening came, the young man came to the girl's chambers again to give her medicine. Yahawa drank the medicine, and then asked where Ho was since she couldn't find him. The boy became agitated, saying that apparently she had come to see them when he took his brother for a walk. Then the girl took a bag of sweets from the shelf and asked the boy to give them to the baby. He thanked her, taking the gift from her hands, but suddenly Yahol held her hand on his palm and squeezed it tightly. Getting nervous, the guy asked Madam what she was doing, and she began to move closer to him. Pressing herself close to him, she began to climb onto his legs, and pushing down on his chest, she plowed him to the floor, sitting on top of him. As she climbed on top of him, she asked him why he hadn't agreed to be her protector, and if he was still considering it, which was it, for or against? The young man blushed at such actions of the young lady, and began to cover his face with his hands so that she could not see his embarrassment. He asked her to get off him, and she moved to the floor, asking the boy to agree to the proposal, otherwise she wouldn't get off him. Yaha's father was hosting a guest, a wealthy gentleman who was talking to him about something, and eventually he didn't notice that night had fallen. He began to worry about his delay, for it was now dangerous to travel at such a late hour, and his wife was sure to yell at him. Not all this worry was empty, for last night, a cattle yard in the village had been robbed, some of the animals had been stolen, and others brutally killed, but not eaten. Also, a man was found in the forest with severe injuries, but he managed to survive. The man told Yehua's father that he thought it was the pranks of the foxes. The other replied that the actions did resemble a beast with a mind. However, he didn't believe in the fox tales his grandfather had told him about, and decided that they didn't need to be captive to their fantasies, and it was more likely that some cruel person was behind everything. He escorted his guest to the palanquin and wished him a happy journey. After that, the Lord returned to the residence and decided that before he went to bed, he would check on Iho and see how she was sleeping. When he entered the garden, he felt that he had stepped on something wet with his shoes. He looked at the ground and saw a whole path of droplets. In the darkness of the night, he couldn't tell the color of this liquid, so he didn't pay much attention to these tracks. They led to the hut of Shiho, who was already on his way to meet the Lord. A man told the young man that he just wanted to check on his daughter and to go rest, and asked him not to see him off. The boy said good night to the gentleman and left, saying that he could visit Yi Hawaii. The next morning, the man was getting ready for his trip, and as the palanquin was being prepared for him, he noticed that his shoes were stained with a red liquid that looked like blood. Recognizing the blood stain on his shoes, the man went into the yard to see the footprints he had seen the previous night, but the ground was completely clean. One of the servants ran up to the gentleman asking him what was wrong, but the man replied that everything was fine and he needed to change his shoes before traveling. In the afternoon, Yewa decided to check on Sao since she still hadn't seen him and Shu hadn't told her how the boy had reacted to the gift. She lied to Nanny that she wanted to rest in the garden and said she'd come back later. The nanny agreed to leave the girl alone and went into the house. When Yehewa was sure that the woman was gone, she ran to Shiho's house and called out to her friend through the door. But Ho didn't answer. At that moment, the eldest of her brothers came up to her and asked what she was doing, for the nanny had told him that she had gone to rest. The girl replied that it was a lie to see Ho, but he did not answer. Then she asked the boy if the boy wasn't home again, but the fox replied that they had taken too long a walk last night, so Ho was asleep now. Seeing Madam's distressed face, he suggested that she look at her sleeping brother. The girl's face cleared up and they went inside. The baby fox was sleeping on a shelf inside the dresser, and Hawa asked Shiho why he was sleeping there. The young boy then replied that it was for safety reasons in case any humans came by so he could hide. The girl then said that it would be good for him to learn to hide his foxy appearance, and then they could play openly in the yard. Her eyelids began to close, and the young fox asked her if she wanted to sleep. I replied that she did want to, looking at Ho sleeping. Shehu offered to carry her to her chambers, and she herself put her arms around his neck so he could lift her into his arms. He was in no hurry to touch her, however, and said he thought she might be uncomfortable. Sleeper Yahoo told Shiho that he was strange, for before, when she had ordered him to stay out of her sight, he had deliberately meandered near her, but now he was afraid to touch her. Then the young man embraced her and carried her to her bed. In the evening of the same day, Minister Seo, Yahoo's father, hosted several nobles to discuss the affairs of the village. The company of men were drinking and discussing the latest rumors of the village. Many of them believed that the foxes were behind the atrocities, and under the influence of alcohol, began to speak in praise, saying that they would catch the monster and feed its flesh to Seo's daughter. However, this elicited no response from the man, and one of the guests asked him why he was not interested in this. The master replied that when his wife was still alive, all he did was to seek out various medicines for her, including those from fairy tales and legends, hoping for a miracle. However, I didn't save her, and now he didn't want the same for his daughter, and just wanted to try to keep her alive with known cures as much as possible, without searching for magical sources of strength and health. After he had seen all the men off, Minister Seo decided to check on his daughter again and see how she was sleeping. He hadn't had a drink in a long time, and the wine hit him in the head. As he walked to her chambers, he saw that the lights were on in Shiho's cabin, and the young man was saying something very active and loud. He had rarely seen the young man like this, so he decided to inquire what fun things he had and why he was still awake. With this question, he swung open the doors and saw a little boy with fox ears and a tail standing beside the lad. Both brothers were startled, the man included. He closed his eyes and shook his head a little, and when he opened it, he saw a regular boy with golden curls. He greeted Shiho's brother and apologized for disturbing them, then hurriedly left. As he walked to Ye's place, he thought that the talk of foxes at the table and alcohol had clouded his mind, and now he was seeing images everywhere. However, as he thought back to his brother's room, he began to notice that behind them, on a shelf, there were pieces of raw meat in a deep plate. Yehao's father looked in the direction of Shiho's house, with a startled expression on his face, wondering if what he had just seen was true. The man began to recall that the drops of blood last night had also left a path in this direction, towards Shiho's house. He made his way to the warehouse where the supplies were kept and saw what he feared. On the table were a bloody knife and a sack that also had blood stains along the edges. He looked inside and saw that in the sack lay a dead fox. His mind immediately carried all the recent news of animals, killing in villages and attacking people by some terrifying beast. And last night was the first time a human was killed. Minister Seo covered his mouth with his hands to hold back his scream in tears of horror. The next morning, Yeewa was brought medicine by the nanny. The girl asked the nanny why Shiho had not come to see her. The woman replied that he had been summoned by his master since morning, and apparently he had some business to attend to. The girl did not ask any more, and hoped that the young man would come to her in the evening. But Shiho never came, nor that the next morning, nor even 3 days later. Hao was angry and began to ask the nanny why Shiho never came, and had completely abandoned the household. The nanny replied that he hadn't abandoned his duties, and every morning he would prepare her medicine, but afterward he would leave. Then the old woman sighed, and said that she herself did not know what was the matter, but the master had assigned Shiho to do almost everything in the main house. The nanny asked the mistress if she had any conflicts with Shiho, so that the master would do such a thing. The girl replied that she and the lad got along very well, and then thought it best for her to find out for herself what was going on. She went out into the courtyard and heard Esiolo calling her name. Yeha went into his cabin and saw that the boy had finally managed to learn his disguise, and had hidden his ears and tail. His white hair and yellow eyes had turned golden like his older brother's, and he was indistinguishable from a human. The girl noticed that her friend had grown considerably in the time they hadn't seen each other, and asked Solho how he had managed to achieve such a result in height. Hearing this question, the fox dived into his thoughts. He remembered how he cried bitterly when he first smelled Yeho's scent at night, and almost pounced on her. He complained to his brother, wiping away his tears, that he no longer wanted to feel hunger and the urge to eat his girlfriend. Shiho replied to the boy that he needed to fill his stomach and restore his fox energy, and when he could control that energy, he would be able to control himself and not hurt Yehowa. The young boy then took his brother by the shoulders and told him that he could no longer wait for his older brother to bring him food and must learn to hunt on his own, as he was going to accept the offer to protect the mistress and would be a frequent no-show. The boy told his brother that he would definitely learn to hunt and they could protect Yehai together. After that, every night after that, Seolho and his brother would go out into the forest to practice. At first, he barely managed to catch a nimble hare, but he still managed to do it. After his first catch, he practiced controlling his energy, and by concentrating his energy, he managed to hide his tail and ears. Shiho praised his younger brother, and as he left, he asked him to try to stay in this guise for a quarter of a day so that he could develop his abilities. One day, Shiho told Solho to never tell her about where they were disappearing and that they were going to hunt beasts in the forest, as it would scare the young mistress very much. At these words, Yewa called out to the boy, and he came out of his memories. She asked him if what she had asked was a secret, but the fox cub replied that he had simply practiced long and hard with his brother. He then said that since his older brother practiced with him at night and worked hard during the day, he wanted to give him a gift of a thank you letter. When Yehoah heard the boy's impulse to write, she supported his idea and came to help him. After offering to find some beautiful paper, the girl ran off to her house and returned with a couple of books. When she ran into the room, Esio, who could smell her scent again, and remembered another dialogue with his brother. He asked Shu why Yehoah gave off such a strong and sweet scent. The young man sadly told him that he had been adding his own blood to the medicine for Madam, and it had created such a fragrance that was coveted by the other foxes. But now, if he stopped doing that, Madam's health could become even worse than it was. Not only had he put her in danger in the form of constant attacks from foxes, but he had also made her dependent on the blood medicine. Xiaoho hugged his brother and told him that it wasn't his fault, and if he were him, he would have done the same thing, because he too wanted Yi Hua to live as long as possible. He promised his brother that he would grow up to be very strong, and the two of them would be able to protect his friend from any enemies. With these thoughts, he sat down at the table to start writing the letter with Yehua. The next day, Seol Ho finished his letter. Yehua graded it and praised the boy, as all the words were written beautifully, evenly, and competently. Then the boy suggested that he ask Nanny to call Shiho later to the gazebo, and they would go there a little earlier to greet him. Yehua supported this idea, and suggested that they weave wreaths of flowers. They went outside and hid behind the gazebo. As the girl was weaving the wreath, she cut her hand. The boy wanted to call a healer, but Yewa stopped him and said that the wound was not terrible, and she would put ointment on it later. From further contact with the flowers, a rash appeared around the scratch, but the girl paid no attention to it. When the wreath was ready, they decided that when Shihu came closer to them, they would jump out from behind the arbor to surprise him. The young man was already in the courtyard and was anxiously looking around. Yehawa's father came up to him and started yelling at the boy for daring to come here without finishing all the work. The young man started to justify that he had been called here, but the man was angry and told him to go finish his work immediately and not to dare to leave without completing everything on time. As he left, he reminded him that he and his brother should be grateful to him for keeping them with him, even though he didn't know their origins, so they shouldn't cause trouble. When the master left, Shehu stood silently for a moment and suddenly felt stares on him. He turned his head to the side and saw that Esioho and Yi Hua were sitting near the gazebo. He walked over to them, and at first he wanted to touch the girl, but then he took his hands away and reached out to his brother. Lifting the one in his arms, he began to hug him and comfort him, as the boy was crying hard, looking into the eyes of the young mistress with longing and regret. The fox hurried away. Meanwhile, in reality, the white fox was watching his wife sleep. Tears flowed from Aiwa's eyes, and the man wiped them away with his fingers, asking the sleeping woman if she realized her mistake she had made in the past. He then looked at her hand and saw a new scratch, with a rash on her palm. After that, he was about to get up and leave, but Hua, still drowsy, squeezed his wrist so he wouldn't go anywhere. Back in the past, when evening came, she walked to her father's study to talk. She told her father that she had heard everything he had said to Shiho recently. She asked why he was insulting the guy. After all, he knew that Shiho was the most responsible and conscientious. And after all, he had even entrusted him with her defense. He always had no problem doing other people's work. But not only did the man burden him with extra responsibilities, he also embarrassed him in front of his family. Yehua said she heard and saw their entire conversation together with Esiel-ho, so her father should apologize to them. Minister Seo told his daughter that she didn't know anything, but the girl continued to argue. She reminded her father that he supported her decision, thinking it was the right thing to do when she took the boys into her home, and now she was having a hard time seeing him change his mind. She stood up and said that Shiho had given her his consent to protect her, and that was why she was taking him for herself, and his father didn't dare give him a task in the main house. The man said he would put another guard for her, but Yewa said she didn't want that. Suddenly, pain pierced her heart and she fell to her knees. Her father hugged her and asked her how she was. The girl replied that she was fine, and then said that she herself had woken up from a terrible dream once and had treated Shihu badly, but he didn't deserve it, nor did he deserve it, no. The man remembered how Ihad had convinced him, after her nightmares, that Shihu was a fox, and thought that, apparently, those weren't dreams, and she had known everything a long time ago. Yehawa said that Shihu shouldn't have suffered and asked her father to trust her since he didn't believe the young man. Shiho was outside the wall of the house and heard the whole conversation. Yehawa's speeches in his defense made his face blush. After talking to her father, Yeha fell into a painful sleep. Shiho and Seo, who sat with her in her room. The boy applied ointment to his friend's scratch and tried to hold back tears. He told his brother that he had finished treating the wound, and while he was applying bandages to the lady, he took out a box and handed it to Shiho. He opened it and found a wreath of flowers inside. Then Esiolho told him that Yoha had helped him with the letter, and he wanted to give him the letter, and she had woven the wreath. The young man smiled and thanked his brother, and silently the young mistress, touching his finger to her palm. She squeezed his finger and opened her eyes, weakly saying she was all right. The white fox looked at his concubine puzzled, and then touched his hand to her new scratch, which had appeared out of nowhere and was growing paler. Suddenly, the contact with her hand brought new memories to his mind that had not been there before. He realized that after all, the girl was really moving into the past during dreams, and trying to change it. The next day, the wound on Ane Hua's arm finally healed, and the girl fully recovered from the evening's ailment. She sat in her room with Seolho and Shiho and suggested that her friends go to the market to buy some things. When they arrived, the first thing the girl did was take Shiho to try on outfits. He put on a beautiful purple-colored suit and embarrassedly told the lady that he didn't need such gifts. Then the girl explained that he was now her guard, and thus had to look good so that he wouldn't fall dirt in her face in front of the other nobles, and so that they would know that her guard was a noble. Seol, who looked at her older brother in his new attire, and dreamed of becoming just as handsome and strong in the future. Afterward, she asked the merchant to wrap up a couple more costumes, and all three of them walked further down the road. Suddenly, a wagon passed by them at high speed. Shihu managed to grab the children just in time and jumped aside. The frightened girl and boy replied that they were fine and the cart had not hit them. They wondered where those people with the wagon were going in such a hurry. And at that moment a woman ran out of the cloth shop and said that it had been very turbulent lately and everyone was terribly busy. She apologized to the young mistress, and those asked her if she knew what was the matter. The woman told them that someone who used to attack cattle had now infiltrated the village, and people had been hurt by him. And from the looks of it, the killer was doing it for fun, and apparently the administration had sent people there so that as few residents as possible would see the spectacle. The woman then added that in times like this, it was best to walk with guards, and Shiho and Seolho directed their gazes to the ground. In the evening, the nanny came to Ho again with the medicine. The girl asked if her father had given a new task for the young man, and the woman said no, but perhaps the lad was finishing one of the previous unfinished tasks. Yehwa then went to bed, but after a while she woke up and decided to go out into the courtyard. Under the cover of night, she saw that Esya was climbing over the fence with some kind of bundle behind his back. The little fox didn't notice her friend and ran ahead. Yahua was puzzled as to what her friend could be doing in the forest at night, and with some kind of handkerchief with something lying inside. Without thinking long, she climbed over the fence and ran after Seolho's footsteps. The swift fox ran ahead and the girl lost sight of him. In the darkness, she lost the right path and got lost. Wandering through the forest, she came to the edge of the forest, where she saw a tall fox with a face like Shihu's, but his hair was white and his eyes were yellow. At that moment, she realized that it wasn't Shiho who was behind all the rumors of murders, as she had assumed before she traveled back in time. All this time, the culprit was Seolho. Everything about killing Yaha's father and destroying her house pointed to Shiho. His build, height, and appearance, even his odor, were all Shiho's, but it was actually Seolho. The startled girl began to faint in the forest from the pain in her heart that reverberated throughout her body, and then woke up on a bed in the real world. The white fox was once again inflicting violence on her body. She looked at him and recognized him as Seolho as he was in the forest. She started crying and begged the fox to stop touching her. But he continued, and then the girl decided to bite her tongue again. But she didn't have time because the man put his 2 fingers in her mouth. He told her that if she tried to commit suicide again, he would put a tube down her throat so she could breathe and continue living. At this moment, Yaha stopped breathing and rolled her eyes. Fox anxiously tried to wake her up, but she was back in the past. She dreamed of Shiho carrying her in his arms through the forest, desperately running home. Then her eyelids fluttered shut, and she woke up to reality again. Fox wasn't around, and she was lying in her bed alone. She digested what she had seen in her head, and realized that as soon as she arrived in this place, she had never seen Shiho. No one spoke of him, as if he didn't exist, and he himself wouldn't have left her alone. It turns out he was dead, and maybe she was complicit in his death, given his little brother's hatred for her. The puzzle was coming together, and she remembered that the medicine Shio had given her had a sweet smell like her own scent. Then she remembered the words that foxblood was a panacea for all diseases. And once she started drinking the medicine Shiho had prepared, she finally began to walk around, even though she had been so weak and unwell before that. She almost never left her room. She didn't want to accept the truth that she might have killed Shiho, and decided to go back in time again to find out what happened next. She tried to bite her tongue, but her lower jaw froze. Then she tried to hold her breath, but she couldn't do that either, as if there was something physically preventing her from doing so. The girl threw the vase from the nightstand to the floor and picked up the shard to slit her veins, but even here she couldn't move or move her hands. At that moment, the fox's voice whispered in her ear the words that she belonged to him, and the girl realized that it was a spell he had cast to prevent her from doing anything to herself. In desperation, she clutched her head and began to cry. Hearing the clinking of the developed vase, the maids came running into the room to the mistress. They grabbed her arms and legs as she thrashed about hysterically. They told each other to hold her until she calmed down, or else she would try to do something to herself again. Toward evening, Yehawa fell asleep again. Fox sat in the chair beside her bed and worried about her condition. The maids told him that everything the girl had eaten had come out and the medicine was stuck in her throat. Whereas before she had refused everything herself, now it was as if her body itself was refusing to take anything. Fox was at a loss and covered his head with his hand. He thought that if he shared the fox's energy with her, she would wake up and immediately try to do something to herself again and fall asleep. The incense was already of little help, and it was necessary to come up with something new for Yehua to accept the fox. The girl woke up and saw her father sitting next to her, crying and hoping she could come to her senses. When she woke up, she completely ignored her father, and looking at Shiho called him to her. The excited servant sitting next to her master moved closer and said he was near. The girl hugged his index finger with her small palm and fell back into slumber. Morning came, and the fox watched the orb in Yehawa's chest. He reasoned that even though she had gone to the past and looked at what happened there when she came to her senses, her energy became cloudier and things would only get worse after waking up. At this moment, Yehua opened her eyes. She looked at the fox with horror. He warned her that he was about to hug her, and when he took her in his arms, he tied a black ribbon behind the back of her head. The girl didn't understand what was happening, and the fox told her that since she was uncomfortable with his appearance, she could imagine as if it were her first night with her husband. He took off her robe and nestled his lips against her breast. There was no way the girl could think that Li Jung could do that. The fox went lower, and the girl gave in to the feelings. After giving in to the pleasure, he hovered over her and embraced her, undressing. The girl inhaled his scent and decided that since there was no way she could imagine Li Jung, here was Shiho, whose scent was exactly the same she wanted to see in front of her. She hugged and kissed the fox back, fantasizing that it was Shiho in human form with golden hair. At first, the fox embraced and gave pleasure to Yehawa slowly and gently, but eventually he couldn't keep his strength down again. Through the pain, but the girl was still able to relax. When it was over, she lay tiredly on the bed and the blindfold was pulled down over her hair, revealing a hazy look with 2 small tears in the corners of her eyes. Fox brushed the tears away and said with a smile, finally seeing how she would look if she were in her husband's arms. After that, they indulged in lovemaking for days on end. The girl is wearing different blindfolds. They did it sometimes right in their clothes, in different places and positions. On one such day, when they were again lying tired on the bed, she asked the fox to give her a break, because after so many days she was burning inside. The fox agreed, and no longer forced the girl to go to such intimacy. In the evening he laid her naked on his lap, and himself wiped her skin with water. Then he fed her from a spoon, and gave her medicine. They went to the bathhouse together, and sat cuddled in the hot water. He couldn't understand how the fox could have changed so much, because before he used to force her to do everything, and now he cared for her so much. Li Jung was lying in bed, in his house unconscious. His mother had cheated her fiancé, and he was only in great affliction. The servants came to him to wipe his hands, and suddenly the young master opened his eyes. When Li Jung had fully recovered, he started asking the servants and his mother where his wife, Yehua, was. Li Jung's mother replied that she was at the fox's house and thought that his son had no wife because this girl had defamed their family's honor. The young man replied that Yehua was also a victim in this situation because the fox had captured her against her will and also killed her family. He asked where she could be and if anyone had seen her. The servants said that Mrs. Yehua came to their house, but the mistress said that Mr. Li Jung had died. She then went back to her house, and seeing the evil writings on the walls from the people of the town, she slit her throat. Li Jung was shocked by this news, and asked where Yahweh was buried. Then the servant replied that a fox had taken her body. The young master was shocked by this news and began to ask where was the fox's den. The mother began to restrain her son and said that she would not allow him to go in search of it. Then the boy said he would not tolerate his wife's body being in the clutches of the monster that had destroyed her family. Lee Jung's mother agreed to her son's decision, but asked him to rest for a while longer until he finally recovered, and she herself would search for information about the fox's lair. Yahweh woke up in bed in the morning and, seeing the dress prepared for her, tried to get to her feet. However, her trembling legs could not hold her up and she fell to the floor, the effect of several days of non-stop intimacy with the fox. The head maid came in and saw that the young mistress was already dressed in her gown and was brushing her hair near the dressing table. She offered to help the girl with her hair and said that she didn't expect that a girl of noble blood could style her own hair. She thought Yahweh was always surrounded by many servants. The girl replied that she had lost her family when she was 10 years old, so she was used to taking care of herself, even though she still had a close friend. While the woman was brushing her hair and looking for a hairpin, she said that she had also lost her family, namely her son. When the black foxes attacked the white foxes, many of her kin had died that ill-fated night, including her own son. She explained to Ye how that she had decided to share this with her, to show that she understood her feelings of loss to some extent. Yahweh asked the maid if her master had lost his family that same night. The woman replied that it was exactly like that, and her master had lost her parents. The girl then decided to inquire when she had met her master. The elderly maid told her that for many years she had wandered through the forest and could find no comfort. On one of those cold winter days when she had lost all zest for life, she met her master, who told her that he could not take away the grief in her heart, but could help her take revenge on her murderers. The woman didn't fully trust the young man, but she followed him nonetheless. Yahweh wanted to ask if her brother was with the fox, but she didn't risk saying it, as she didn't want her hunch to be confirmed and hear that shit who was really dead. The maid finished her hair, and as she left, she told the girl that she could always call her for help, and she was willing to do her hair every day. The woman turned around and walked towards the exit, and Yihua, jumping up from her chair, called out to her. The maid turned to look at her, but the girl's scent began to emanate from her so brightly that she couldn't stand it and ran away. Yehua quietly said her request aloud to the fleeing woman that she would like to look at the books in their house. She wasn't going to run anywhere, and she just wanted to go to the library. The White Fox, along with other soldiers from his army, was able to reclaim the last lands that were in the power of the enemy Black Foxes. He told his subordinates that this was some kind of message to let the enemy know and wait for them to march on their lands. One of the servants came running from the thicket of the forest with news for the Lord. He approached the White Fox, and in his ear told him that Li Jung had woken up. The White Fox came to the palace with his army. An old maid and the others greeted them and said that she was worried about her master because he had left so suddenly. The fox replied that although they had managed to regain their lands, they had suffered many losses. He ordered the servants to take care of the wounded and asked where Yahweh was now. The servants replied that she was in the book depository. Then the young master asked what she was doing there, and was told that she was studying the history and legends of the foxes. Yahweh did not leave the books all day. She learned that the Fox clan had great power and were rough and promiscuous. They had no worthy opponent, so they roamed the land freely. This led to years of feuding with the humans, who also considered themselves masters of the land. The foxes were brazen as they possessed great strength, and the humans were weak but wise. Every quarrel, the humans resorted to tricks that the foxes could barely resist, causing them to be defeated. After reading this, Yahweh thought that the foxes' books would only have good information about them, but that turned out not to be the case. The long war had an end. The foxes trapped the humans and suffered a lot of damage, after which they made a truce. The territories of the foxes and humans were separated by mountains, shrouded in thick fog that made it impossible to see anything. The foxes had a rule not to encroach on human territory. But not everyone was happy about this state of affairs. The foxes wanted to regain their former glory and dominance. After the humans learned that the body of a fox was a real treasure. They took to hunting, setting traps along the border. The war between the foxes and humans ended, but there was turmoil along the borders of the territories. That was the end of the records, and Manhwa thought it was all very vague, and she still hadn't found any useful information. Apparently, she would have to read more than one book to figure out what magic the fox used to control her body. But even if she found some, she still didn't know how to use the magic. She thought that she had to go back in time soon, and if she told the truth and apologized, maybe he would forgive her. The girl immediately dispelled these thoughts, as she realized that her attempts to die only made the fox laugh, and perhaps he even thought she was crazy. In the memories of the past, Seol, who stood over the dead beast, blood flowing from his mouth, I was the same night Manhwa had seen him in the forest. Shiho approached the fox and asked him if he had had enough. Solo answered in the affirmative, and his older brother told him to wipe off the blood, change his clothes, and go home. Seol wanted to help his brother clean up the blood and bury the animal, but he said that if the house knew they were both gone, there would be suspicion, so they should be careful. Shiho then handed his brother his clothes, and asked him to think of something if he was asked where his brother was. Seol agreed, and with a sad look he left. Meanwhile, in the Black Fox Palace, the servants asked little Sura not to sneak out that night, but to stay at home. The servants said that if the girl left tonight, her father would notice it. Sura replied that she didn't understand why they did so, as her father was busy with business. Then the maids replied that people had been killed at the borders again, and last time the Lord had restrained himself, but he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. He said that he would personally execute the guilty. The girl was surprised by such news, and went down the corridor to clear things up, as she didn't want her father to handle the execution personally. The maids walked beside the mistress and asked her where she was going, but she silently walked on. She thought about the urgency of stopping her father because he might not be understood if he punished his tribesmen for such a thing. As she walked through the castle grounds, she heard two guards talking to each other. They were discussing that their head had been very strange lately, and was the death of a few people such a serious matter. After all, it was far more proper to punish those who trespassed into their territory. The other replied that he agreed with him, for in that case, the current ruling was no different from when the White Fox was in charge. They wondered if everyone changed like that when they became the leader, and how was their leader different from the leader of the White Foxes who lived hiding from humans. Then they decided that both the former and current heads were no different from each other, so there was no reason to change power, only creating a bloody feud between the tribesmen. Sura couldn't stand these words and slander towards her father, and stepped forward and told them not to dare speak such abominations with their filthy mouths. She ordered the other guards to seize the two. They pointed their spears at the foxes, and the girl accused them of being traitors, after which he ordered that their legs and arms be cut off in quick succession, and afterward threw them into the dungeon, and their family members beheaded. At that moment her father was behind her. He asked what was going on, and the girl wanted to explain, but the man looked at her with a serious look, and said that just because she was his daughter did not give her the right to give such orders. He said that she was no different from other servants, as long as he didn't recognize her, and had no rights yet. Moreover, she had only flared up because of a few words to the head. Could she be considered a judicious leader if she took such offense to someone else's words and acted on emotion? He said that she had disappointed him, and afterward he ordered the two foxes to simply be sent to the dungeon. Then he would decide what to do with them next. Sura felt terrible. She just wanted to defend her father's honor, but in the end, she only worsened his attitude towards her, and he embarrassed her right in front of her subordinates. She walked through the forest to be alone and take away her shame, and beat the bushes with a stick. When she came to the edge of the forest, she met Shiho, who was burying the animals again, and was greatly surprised by their new encounter. Sura told Shiho that she didn't expect to see him again. She noticed that the guy was burying the prey again, instead of eating it completely, and his fox energy was at 0. She told him that apparently he hadn't regenerated his energy since he devoured the deer, at which point the fox asked the girl how she knew that. The girl decided to make a joke and said that anyone would have guessed it, but when she saw the young man's worried face, She decided to tell the truth. She said that she saw that deer and buried it deep, because at the first rain, it would have been washed out of the ground. So she essentially kept his secret and saved from exposing people. Shaiho thanked the girl, and she suddenly felt that there was a faint sweet fragrance coming from the guy. Sura said that she now understood why the guy didn't really like forest prey since he was hiding something so delicious. Shaiho looked at her with a serious sizzling look, and the girl realized that this was the first time she had made him so angry, and if she continued talking she might not see him again. Shaiho stood up and headed home. Sura said to him that after meeting him, she was curious about the human world. The young man came up to her and looked into her eyes and told her to change their color to brown or black. The girl asked, "Is her eye color bad?" Shaiho said he didn't mean that and compared her red eyes to rubies, and then explained that people just don't have that eye color. To avoid standing out, it would be better to change them. He stroked the girl's head, turned around and left, and she stood there confused since no one had called her eyes rubies. Yahawa was still sitting at her books. She was already starting to get a headache, but she told herself that she shouldn't give up. She would definitely have to find the clue. She saw one in the stack of books that had a torn page, and became interested in it. This book described the story of a fox bead. The fox bead was the source of the fox's power. The longer its owner trained his energy, the stronger and brighter the bead became. When it became cloudy, the energy would weaken and the power would be lost. Therefore, it was necessary to keep it in a pure state all the time. At this moment, the white fox snatched the book from the girl's hands and asked what she was interested in fox legends for. Wasn't it to find his weaknesses? Yehua thought that the man would be gone for about 2 days, and in that time she would have time to study everything, but she didn't realize that he could have returned so quickly. She then smelled the strong odor of blood coming from him, and there was a fresh wound on his arm. The fox was still waiting for an answer, and because the girl was silent, he grabbed her firmly by the chin and looking into her eyes, demanded that she answer the question. The girl complained that she was in pain, and said she just wanted to know more about their world just out of simple interest. The fox let her go, and Yehua asked him if he could go back in time, what time would he choose? The guy didn't understand the question, and asked a counter question, where would she move to? The girl replied that she would want to be in a time when the relationship between them was not as it is now. The man asked what that time was, but the girl remained silent. Then he began to ask if that time was before he raped her or when he killed her father. And if she came back, what would she do? Run away. He asked her if she thought that if she had tried to do something, her fate would have changed. Yahweh replied that it wasn't like that. Fox then asked that if it wasn't like that, what did she mean? The girl said that before, she really didn't remember anything in her life before her father died. But now the memories were slowly coming back to her. She remembered living with him as a child and how he had to hide his nature, and she remembered everything about the sweet scent. When she had tried to escape from him and had encountered the black foxes, their leader had told her that the sweet scent had come from her, but she remembered hearing about it as a child, when they had encountered the fox in the marketplace, and when they were returning from the healer. She also remembered stories that such a sweet odor could come from fox blood, so it appeared that she had been fed that blood. She looked the fox in the eye and asked him what she had been given fox blood for. The fox said he thought Yehua remembered really something worthwhile, and realized what she had been guilty of in front of him, but she had asked him about nothing. The girl didn't understand what guilt he was telling her about, or what she was supposed to remember. He grabbed Yoha by the shoulders and toppled her onto the table. Hovering over the top, the fox said that if she valued her life, she should be more active. He then asked if she really thought she could kill him if she hesitated. The white fox said that Yehua was wrong about the fact that she had a good life in his house. Although, if she behaved obediently, he would indeed give her whatever she wanted. But was that what she needed? The girl didn't understand what the fox was implying. He had told her that she really did get everything easy from him before, and now too. But she only remembered the good times. Then he told her not to ask him anything in the hope that he would tell her everything easily, and not to throw words to the wind if she didn't know anything herself. He held her tightly by the throat, and Yaha dared to tell him her secret, She said that when she was on the verge of life and death, her consciousness traveled back in time to her 10-year-old body, and there, living everything again, she remembered what had happened. She asked the fox to lift the spell from her, so that she could go back in time again, and remember what happened next and what she had done. The white fox agreed, but asked the girl to prove her words. He began to squeeze her throat, and said that she was used to holding her breath, so she shouldn't complain now. He then touched her thigh with his hand and began to apply a magical seal on her leg. Yehua, deprived of breath, could barely stand the pain. It felt like her thigh was being burned through with fire, right down to the bone. The fox had told the girl to kill another in the past, as he was willing to sacrifice himself no matter what. She soon passed out from lack of oxygen and was left with a barely visible pattern on her skin. Fox said that it was a spell that made him aware of all the girl's movements. He could now observe Yehua while she was in the past. The girl woke up in the past and started screaming at Shiho. The young man called out to the mistress and told her that he was nearby. The girl opened her eyes and began to cry, happy that Shiho is still alive and by her side for now. She hugged the guy and he hugged her back tightly to comfort her. Yehua thought about the fact that if all the troubles started after Shiho's death, then she would try her best to make sure he didn't die. She wouldn't let that pain happen again. Suddenly, from behind Shiho Seol, who stepped out into the light, the girl looked at him with eyes of utter horror. The boy asked his friend if she had a nightmare again. At that moment, Yehua thought that she would have to change everything, feeling horror at being around the one who had dragged her into the swamp. Seolho saw his friend's frightened look and said that it was his own fault for scaring her. He appeared in front of her in a horrible way with blood near a dead animal, and now she was afraid of him. He said he would leave, so he wouldn't be in front of her, and turned to leave. Yehua thought that this boy wasn't the one who hated her and bullied her, so she shouldn't project her attitude from the present to the past. She called out to Seolho, and loosening Shiho's embrace, she took her friend by the sleeve of his clothes. The boy stopped and turned around. Yehua said that she had indeed been scared, but she understood their hunting behavior, so now everything was fine. Seolho was happy to hear such news and stayed. The next morning, the girl went to the library to study people's books about foxes. Shiho had no interest in what she was reading and just guarded her while standing outside. Much to Yehua's dismay, she didn't find any useful information, but that wasn't surprising, since humans hardly knew detailed information about foxes. Seeing that Madame had become sad, the young man approached her and suggested that she return to her chambers. Yehua agreed and climbed into Shiho's arms. The girl decided to try to ask the lad what he could tell her about the foxes. She hugged him and asked him if it was the foxes that attacked them when they were returning from the forest. Shiho replied that it was exactly like that, and it was a tribe of black foxes. The girl then asked if they had attacked them with the intention of eating them. The young man replied that it was more likely that they had pounced on them for fun, for they had destroyed the palanquin, but no one had touched the lady, nor had they even tried to bite her, so they were just unlucky enough to be on the path at that moment. Then the girl said that one of the foxes said back then that there was a sweet smell coming from her, and asked if she was any special. Shiho, clearly worried, lied that fox just preferred little children who all smelled sweet. He said that worthy foxes hunt with their equals, and those who only want to feast and cause harm choose the weak as their victims. Yehua realized that Shiho would tell her nothing more, so she stopped asking. In the afternoon, she called Seolho to her chambers, while Shiho was busy with other matters. She offered the boy some sweets, and while he ate one, went around the table and took his hands. She told her friend that she liked him very much, and didn't care for his appearance. She didn't fear or hate him, so she asked the boy not to worry about it anymore. The little fox began to smile genuinely, and was pleased with the girl's attitude towards him. They continued to drink tea and sweets, and at one point Yehua asked Solo why he went hunting so far away. The boy said that his older brother used to bring him meat, but now he needed to get food himself. So he went to train himself in hunting, and in replenishing the fox's energy. Due to starvation, their energy wouldn't recover and their body condition deteriorated, causing them to become aggressive. At first, Seolho couldn't even catch a hare, but now he was capable of downing a healthy predator as well. Last time he had caught a wolf, and Yehoah had seen it. The boy then said that his older brother had told him that he had to be careful so that people wouldn't notice him. After saying that, he apologized to his friend for scaring her. The girl replied that everything was fine, and she was the one who made him worry. Then she said that there were a lot of rumors in the village, and that there were people who blamed it on foxes. So she was worried about her friends, and asked them to be even more careful. The boy replied that he would be careful, and then Yehoah asked him, "How do you get so big at hunting?" Seolho was silent for a moment, as he remembered his brother's edict to keep it a strict secret and not tell anyone the secret about his transformation. He lied to Yehoah that big prey is much easier to catch when you're big yourself. Afterward, he added that it's a little hard for him to contain his fox energy, but once he adjusts, he'll be able to defend it with his brother. In the evening of the same day, as the brothers were getting ready for bed, the younger one told the older one about the conversation with Yehoah. A frustrated Shehu asked his brother if Yehoah had really asked him about the foxes. The boy told him that she first asked why he went hunting, and then about the fox blood. This was indeed the case. After asking about hunting, Yehoah reminded the boy of his friend Lee, Joan, who often came to see her. The little fox replied that he had seen him from afar. The girl said he told her about a rumor he had heard at the market. It was rumored that foxblood was a panacea for all diseases. She asked her friend if it was true. Seolho replied that he didn't know anything about it. The girl then explained that she was worried about her friends again, no matter how they would be caught and used for this panacea. Shaiho didn't like that Madame had taken such an interest in them. Aloho added that she also asked him about how he was getting big. The older brother, getting nervous, asked his younger brother if he had told the truth. The boy calmed his brother down, saying that he had lied, that he was just getting big so that it would be easier to catch large animals when hunting. Shiho breathed a sigh of relief and told the boy that he was doing a good job. Then Seolho said that he himself was curious about the answer to that question. His older brother had once told him that he needed to imitate someone since it was hard to catch large prey in his body, but why was his older brother angry now? Little Shaiho called his mom and dad to him. When they paid attention to him, he used magic and turned from a fox cub into a human. His father was surprised that his son had mastered the imitation technique so quickly and early. He had not taught it to the child, and the child had learned on his own. The boy explained that he had decided to learn it himself as soon as possible in order to please his mother, who was the only human being in the place, and he wanted her to see him as a human being too. His mother was very happy, and the whole family hugged each other. Mother said that Shehu was as sensitive as his father, and Dad added that he was also considerate like his mom. At that moment, the idyll of the happy family was interrupted by the black fox, the former counselor and right-hand man of the white fox, Shaiho's father. The boy looked at him and remembered that he had spent his entire life looking at their family with dislike. Whenever they met him, his father would always start cursing, and his mother couldn't even raise her head. The irritation with which he looked at the boy's mother was so obvious that even a child could notice it. Shiho himself felt a lot of pressure from his gaze. When this fox came to visit them, his father did not visit his mother, and she sat alone in the room. The warm air grew heavy, the smiles disappeared from their faces, and silence reigned in the palace. Then one day, Seolho was born to them. The servants said they had never seen such strong energy in a child before. They thought he would make the strongest fox in the world. The husband praised his wife for the labor she had endured, and afterward Shiho, who was already a teenager, came running to them. The little newborn soul who had taken his older brother's finger in his sleep, and the latter was genuinely happy to see his younger brother born. To this day, he remembered that day clearly as if it was yesterday. He remembered the warmth he felt from his newly born baby brother, and how it spread throughout the room, and he remembered how its sweet scent made his heart twitch. As he hugged Seolho, Shehu thought that it would always be like this, and it wasn't supposed to end, but happiness did. One night, the White Fox Castle was attacked by a tribe of black foxes, raising a rebellion against the current ruler. The palace was on fire, and all the white foxes inside were killed with spears, or taken hostage. Seol-ho ran into his mother's chambers, shouting to her to run immediately as the black foxes were on their way, but it was too late. His mother was lying on the floor with a deep wound in her chest, and was already dead. Sitting next to her was his father, who was holding Eliel in his arms. Shaiho leaned over his mom, and was horrified by the face of his father, whom he had never seen before. The man was not himself, and his face reflected anxiety. The young man also felt a very strong and frightening energy coming from somewhere. He noticed that Seol-ho also had a wound on him, and his clothes were covered in blood, but despite the wound, it was as if he had become even stronger. Shai-ho then asked his father, did he really give the fox bead to Seol-ho? The father didn't answer, and grabbing his eldest son's hand, told him to stand up. The boy asked his father where they were going, but he was silent the whole way. When they got to the right place, the man said that here was a secret passage to the outside. He said they should just follow the path, and that way they could escape from the castle. The boy asked his father why he was not going with them. What would happen to his mother now? The man, closing the doors, asked the older one to take care of the younger one. He told them to flee to a human village, the kind they had read about in books and their mother had told them about. They must live among humans, and under no circumstances show them their fox nature. They must hide it. He asked Shiho to forget about this day, and apologized to him for not being able to protect them. Afterward, he closed the doors of the secret entrance and went to the middle of the hall. Shiho stayed where he was and watched through the slit of the doors to see what was happening in the castle. The head of the Black Fox tribe came up to his father and told him that he had lost the right to be the leader when he brought the human maiden into the house, and now he would be the new head. He then killed the white fox, and his eldest son covered his mouth with the palm of his hand so that his sobs could not be heard. He went through the secret passage and found himself in the forest. He had been wandering with his younger brother in his arms for days now, and was very tired and exhausted. He saw no point in going on with his life, as he felt that he could do nothing alone without his family. When he was about to finally give up, his little brother whimpered and hugged the young man's finger with his small hand. His father's last request to take care of his brother came to Shiho's mind again, and tears ran down his face again, dripping onto his brother's diaper. While hugging Seol-ho, Shaiho cried bitterly. After all the tears had been wept, the young man pulled himself together and decided that he and his brother needed to survive. He gathered the berries into a cloth and squeezed them through it to feed the infant with the juice. In the evenings he made a fire, and if wild animals approached, he scared them away with a torch. Shaiho also sold the jewelry he had with him to the locals, and thanks to this, he was able to feed the baby with porridge. This is how they lived until they met Yi, Hawa. Now Seol-ho was a big kid, and was finally able to plow his first hare. While the older brother was burying the dead animal, the younger brother told him that he wanted to hunt larger prey like him, and be completely responsible for feeding them. Shaiho replied to the boy that he needed to grow up first, but with magic he could mimic humans. It just took some practice, but then he would really be able to hunt large beasts. He asked Seol-ho if he was willing to try, and when he heard an affirmative answer, he added that he would only teach him on one condition. That condition was that Seol, who could only take on the guise of Shiho's older brother, and no one else. Now, as they sat in their room and discussed their recent dialogue with Yehua, Seol-ho asked his brother again why he should only transform into him. Shiho replied that the boy has little experience with transformations yet, and transforming into someone should be as believable as possible. Therefore, so that he wouldn't be suspected, it was safest to transform into his older brother since they were as close as possible. The boy agreed with this argument, and said that he could even replicate his brother's scent, and afterwards went to sleep without worrying about anything. Shiho looked at his sleeping brother and thought about his father's words. He had told him to protect Seol-ho and keep his power a secret until he could control it. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. He clenched his fists and told himself that he would fulfill his promise. Ever since the day they had been in the forest together, it had been his duty and the meaning of his life to take care of Seol-ho. But no matter how hard he tried, avoiding all situations didn't work. Therefore, he would turn all threats to himself, and if his brother made a mistake somewhere, the blame would still fall on him. the eldest. The next morning, Aura got up earlier than usual. She stood by the jewelry boxes that she rarely wore. Among them was a necklace with a large ruby. She still couldn't forget the moment when Shiho told her that her eyes were as red as rubies. At this moment, a few maids came in and were surprised that their mistress was already up and about and choosing a piece of jewelry. The bewildered girl pointed to a red necklace, and while the maids were putting it around her neck, she asked them what it meant if a guy compared a girl to gems. One of the maids replied, most likely in such a case he sees that girl as beautiful and noble. And afterwards everyone asked the lady, was she really compared to a gemstone? Sura confusedly said that she met a young man in the forest. He thought she was in danger and wanted to help her on a hunt. Then the girls started giggling and said that their mistress liked him. The fox replied that this was not true, and this fox was weaker than her. He lacked fighting skills, and to top it all off, he was very thin that she even had to share her prey with him. Then one of the maids said that it was definitely love at first sight, since he decided to help her despite his weakness. Sura was embarrassed and demanded that the girls not dare spread dubious rumors about her. Li Jung's parents came to Yao's father and greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. The man replied that because of his daughter's condition, he had no time at all for others in receiving guests. The guests then handed him a gift for the young lady. The box contained a foreign medicine from a merchant with whom they did business. I was especially helpful in restoring energy. Minister Aseo excitedly said that it was a very valuable medicine and thanked the guests for such a gift. Li Jung asked if he could visit Yao now that she was feeling better. Her father agreed and added that the girl would probably be happy to have a friend come over. The minister called for a servant and asked him to escort the boy to Yihua's house. It was raining outside, and the servant carried an umbrella over the young master to keep him from getting wet. Li Jung himself reflected that he never thought he would get to see Yihua this time, and carrying his own gift to her, he hoped she would like it. The boy saw that Yihua was sitting in the gazebo, and did not understand why she was not in the house in such a downpour, for her health might have deteriorated. At that moment, Shiho ran up to her with an umbrella. He threw his outer clothes over her shoulders and said he was afraid she might catch cold. Then the girl asked the boy why he ran to her without covering himself with the umbrella she'd given him. The young man explained that he was worried about getting her clothes wet, so he was in a hurry. Yaha took a handkerchief and began wiping her guard's wet face and hair. Li Jung watched this picture and felt jealousy and resentment. Shiho asked Madam to stop wiping his face as he could do it himself, but Yahao told him to stand still and came even closer to his face and continued wiping. That's when Li Jung couldn't stand it, and ran forward, forgetting about the servant with the umbrella. When he arrived under the roof of the gazebo, he greeted his friend and asked what she was doing here, and wasn't it better to go inside? The girl greeted the guest confusedly, and went with him under the same umbrella. Shihu looked at the ground and saw the lady off, once again getting soaked in the rain, as he didn't have a second umbrella. Li Jung looked at him tensely, leading his girlfriend away. The next day, one of the maids came to Yehua and asked her to take Shiho away from her for one day, as they had been given a big assignment and were short-handed to carry it out. The girl thought that she would be uncomfortable reading fox books in the presence of Shiho anyway, and allowed him to work in the main house. The girl had already read a large number of books, but she couldn't find the information she needed. Her eyes were already hurting, and the last book was left. Surprisingly, she seemed to find some information about foxblood in it. It said the same thing that the narrator of the street theater at the local market was saying. Sure was walking through that market. She hid her ears and tail, and changed her eye color to brown, then ventured down to the human village. Suddenly, she saw a shadow theater and began to listen to what the storyteller was talking about. The foxes had nothing to throw away. Their fur was used to make fur coats, their claws and fangs were used to make jewelry, but that's not all. Their eyes allowed them to see in the dark, and their internal organs helped restore energy. Foxblood gave vitality. Wasn't it a panacea? Yahua was amazed by this book, and Sura was beyond angry at the sight of this theater. Shiho paid for the couple of purchases. He was sent to the market for and heard some hooliganism going on not far away. As it turned out, some girl had destroyed the Shadow Theater, and its owner was now screaming with resentment and anger. The boy recognized the girl as Suru, and gave the theater owner a bag of money as compensation for the broken theater, and apologized for his friend. He then led the vixen to an alley where no one was supposed to hear them. The girl explained that she had come to the human world because she wondered why She-Ho chose to live here. The fox then replied that in that case, she shouldn't make unnecessary noise and draw attention to herself. Su-Ra said that she understood this herself, but because of that play, anger took hold of her. It was not acceptable for their kind to be called useful and used as medicine for people. Shai said that he himself didn't like that play, the stories of the humans and the fact that they were prey for them. But foxes had shed their blood in war with humans for a long time after all, and only now could they live peacefully. As for that play, it didn't really agitate for fox hunting. I just needed to be listened to the end. The narrator went on to say that humans bring great misfortune upon themselves by hunting foxes for reasons like this. It is their way of trying to protect the peace they have worked hard to achieve in the war. It's a kind of life lesson. Well, the reason why weak humans competed with them. Su-Ra sighed, and replied to the guy that he was just reading boring books about the history of the fox family, since he was talking like a teacher. Then, She-Ho added that because of human ingenuity, they had also suffered serious damage, so they shouldn't madly get into fights with humans, and it was better to live by defending their territories. Su-Ra told the guy that he sounded like the head of the white foxes. She didn't understand where he and the other white foxes got such thoughts from. Were humans wiser than foxes? Did he really think they should have laid low? She then turned to shouting and declared that no fox would agree with him, and what he was suggesting was only good for weak humans. She-Ho stood sad, and Su-Ra asked, "Didn't the head of the white foxes lose his title because he couldn't choose a side?" The head of the black foxes called out to the guilty foxes who attacked the human village. He was angry that they dared to cross the border and attack so foolishly, and among them was even the one he had set to watch over the others. The subordinates asked to hear them out, and told him that a murderer lived among the people, their kin. Before he died, he told them that he had smelled an intoxicating sweet scent from a human. It was almost close, but he did not have time to eat it. Then it lost its mind, and began to pounce on other animals and humans. The other foxes decided to calculate the owner of the sweet scent, but also went mad, and destroyed villages out of anger. The head said that after such a story was told, and he himself became interested in attacking people. But were they justified by the reason of hunger and getting food? Then one of the foxes explained that things were different. That sweet flavor came from a man who drank fox blood. It seemed that this man had bewitched one of the foxes to get rid of his illnesses. The head of the black foxes sat at his books to find the answer to his pressing questions. He was pondering about the man who drank the blood of a fox and whose scent could be smelled all over the village. So now he was trying to find all the information he could on the subject. The servant brought some more books. The head told him to put them on the table and leave. Leafing through the pages, the black fox thought that nothing good could be expected from the connection with humans. Foxes were kings of the land. They roamed it freely, but humans were so jealous of them that they started hunting them, especially after they learned of the healing effects. So the foxes were caught, caged, and killed. But the angry foxes wouldn't put up with it. And so began this unfortunate war. Both sides lost too much because of it. So they came to a truce, dividing up the territories. The foxes were hunted less, so there was no threat to them now. But many people still can't forget the shame. A teacher at the Young Fox School talked about it when the head of the black foxes was just a child known only by the name Mu-Jin. The teacher said that parents who lost their children in the war, regardless of the danger, would cross the border and kill the people who captured their compatriots. There was no way they could forgive their enemies. Young White Fox. The father of Shai-Hu and Seo-Ho, but still a child and friend of Mu-Jin, asked the teacher how they knew who to kill, because it was unknown who had taken the lives of their children. Then the teacher explained that the person who drank the fox's blood, or ate the flesh, had a peculiarity. A special scent was emitted from him, and that was how he could track his target. The elderly fox finished his lecture and said that he told his students this so that they would know their history and not repeat such a tragedy. He told them to beware of humans and ended the lesson. Mujin was walking down the street with a friend and, clenching his fist, said that as soon as he thought about what people had done to them, anger took him. He promised that he would definitely avenge them for his ancestors. The white fox agreed with his friend's words and also promised that he would punish the people. The next day, the white fox came to Mujin's house, but his mom said she hadn't seen him since last night. The boy couldn't know where his friend was either. He never came back, and the fox settlement decided to start looking for Mujin. They searched all over the forest for 3 whole days, and there were no places left for him to hide. Then the white fox realized that his companion must have gone down to the human settlement. The adults could not know about it, otherwise they would be scolded, and so he followed his friend alone. At the border, the young man fell into a trap and could not get his leg out of it, which was pierced with pain. At that moment, a human girl approached him and offered her help. The fox didn't believe her and thought she was in league with the humans. The girl asked the fox not to scream and then pulled his leg out of the trap, and to prevent people from coming, she asked him to treat his wound elsewhere. In a more secluded place in the forest, she bandaged his leg and told him to leave as soon as possible, until the people caught him. The fox thanked the girl and afterward asked her if she had seen a boy like him. She replied that she had seen men carrying cages during the day with a fox boy inside and threatened her to keep quiet about what she had seen. The girl led him to the village's supply warehouse. Inside was Mujin, bound with ropes and with a cloth in his mouth. The white fox said his friend's name loudly, and then the girl asked him to be as quiet as possible. The fox tried to pick the lock of the barn, but all was unsuccessful. Then the girl said that she had the key to that lock. Fox already thought that she was in cahoots with other people after all, and had purposely brought him here to lock him up with Mujin. The girl then explained that this warehouse was common to the village, and everyone who made supplies had access here. However, she shunned and feared people, so she only brought forest herbs at dawn, or late in the evening, so she was given a key. She opened the lock, and the young man, freeing his friend from his fetters, thought that since a small number of people had the key, and people knew that the girl had seen the fox during the day, all suspicion would fall on her. She was sacrificing herself for strangers, and she would definitely be punished severely for what she had done. The fox tried not to think about her fate, and only thought about saving Mujin. The black fox was very weak, and the white fox carried him on his back. As he left, he thanked the girl and promised her that he would pay her back the next time they met. The elderly teacher hit Mujin, who was in the infirmary, on the head. He called the boy a prankster and said that as soon as he told them that humans hunt foxes, the boy immediately invaded the human village. Mujin guiltily explained that he just wanted to get some information out. The teacher then asked the student, hadn't he already taught them that one should get to know their enemy well before acting? He then said that if it wasn't for the white fox cub, he wouldn't have survived. Then the teacher turned his attention to the second student that was sitting on the second bed with a bandaged leg and started scolding him now. He said that he thought young O was smart, and he should have told the adults about everything instead of going to the village alone. He then ordered him to lie down for 15 days, and if he disobeyed, he would be lame for life. When the teacher left, Mujin said that it was as if he had been accused of all the deadly sins. Ungo told him that the teacher was right, and that they should not be so reckless from now on. The black fox said that people haven't changed, and are still catching them for their own benefit, so they shouldn't tolerate such treatment, and should wash off their shame and go against their enemies in the future. But young O had a change of heart, and could no longer agree with his friend the way he used to. He told Mujin that not all humans were bad, and they were helped by the human girl. If it wasn't for her, they were both already dead, and she had sacrificed the village's trust in her for them by opening the warehouse. Mujin said that it didn't change anything, and in his eyes all humans were bad anyway. He thought that this girl should have stopped all people from setting traps, or collecting them herself through the forest, and should have told the whole village that fox hunting should be banned. The black fox thought that the little girl could do it, and she just didn't want to do it. And the white fox realized that the voice of a girl who was afraid of humans could hardly make a difference. He thought about what had happened to her, and what the villagers had done to her. The two villagers had thrown the girl on the floor in the warehouse and accused her of being the one who freed the fox, since she was the only one with the key. The girl lied and said she never even went near the place, and one of the men was about to hit her for lying. He was stopped by the second one, and told the first one that this girl had no one left and was all alone. He then told her directly that their village was no longer going to bargain and do business with her, so she must forget the road to this place. They left, and the girl, gathering her things, saw a bloody handkerchief in her bag. She had used it to treat the white fox's wound. She thought about how deep that wound was, and hoped that he had made it home and was okay. Mujin looked at his friend's bandaged leg, realizing that he was the cause of that wound as well, and thought that he should definitely become strong in the future and protect young Oh and his family. A few years passed. Both fox cubs had grown into young and tall young men. They were walking down the street when one of the other foxes ran up to them and informed them that the elders were starting a general meeting since humans were hunting on the border again. At the meeting, Mujin was the most indignant. He felt that the people should have fought back, or else they would have to evacuate the entire population again. The villagers were shaking with fear, and people couldn't be allowed to behave like this. The elders replied that they realized it themselves, but they had almost no information about the humans, and they didn't know what they were capable of. And if they sent an army there, it would definitely die. After all, they had received a colossal amount of casualties in the last war, and since then the tricks of the humans had become even more numerous. That was when young Oh raised his voice. He offered to go out on a scouting mission himself. He was in agreement with Mujin, and there was a need to stop the attacks at the border before people found their farmhouse. He offered to go out on a reconnaissance mission to find out new information about the people and then decide how to counter them afterward. Mujin said he would go with his friend, but young Oh turned him down. Mujin was developing the army and should have been in the village to develop various strategies. Instead, the white fox said he would take a small team with him. This was the end of the meeting. Unfortunately, everyone who went along with young Oh was brutally killed by humans, and he was the only one who survived. He was being chased through the forest and he didn't know how to escape. Suddenly, when the humans had almost caught up with him, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder and dragged him into the bushes. It was the same girl who had grown into a beautiful young woman. She held the fox and asked him to be quiet, and with her free hand she covered them with a branch of a bush. The people did not notice them and passed by. She told young Oh to be quiet or the hunters would find them. When she was sure that the men had left, she turned around to tell the fox. But the latter began to faint, and he began to feel feverish. It was like the feeling when he was caught in a trap, lost before the power of the humans. When he regained consciousness, he found that he was lying on the ground, on a pillow covered with a blanket. He noticed that he was in a cave, and then tried to move his arms, but couldn't. The girl told him not to move as the effects of the antidote had not yet begun. As it turned out, he was poisoned by the poison. Young Oh asked the girl how she knew about the poison and had the antidote for it. The girl replied that she was the one who created the poison. Then the guy got up and on emotion started asking if she knew how they used it and why they allowed it. Then the girl said that she was the one who created the antidote after that. Fox was about to accuse her of being in league with the hunters, but the girl said that she created the poison as a treatment for her sick grandmother. But the hunters came and took it away from her. Young Oh believed her and spent the night in the cave. The next morning, when he was well and recovered from the poison, they walked through the forest. The girl said she would show him where the traps were so he could bypass them all and return home. Young Oh then asked if she had guessed that he was a fox. The girl replied that all the villagers knew where the traps were, so only foxes could get into them. Afterwards, she said that once when she was a child, she had helped a fox boy who had fallen into a trap, but it had been quiet ever since. Then young Oh realized that it was her, the girl who had saved him as a child, but she didn't recognize him. She had recently heard that people were hunting foxes for longevity, but the people had their reasons. The condition of the village was deplorable. so they hunted foxes. Then she told the fox to leave and not to come back, as the humans were much more cunning than they had realized. She didn't know what the humans were going to do if they broke the border and got into the fox village, so she asked Young to be careful. The young man asked the girl why she was telling him all this, since she was also a human. The girl replied that she was once kicked out of the village. She had never held on to the place, and she had not been treated well there. Therefore, she had no feelings for the villagers, nor did she feel sorry for them. After marking all the places with traps on the map, she handed the scroll to the fox and was about to say goodbye. Young asked the girl what she wanted in return for her help. The girl replied that she didn't need anything, and the most important thing was for him to come home. Then he leaned over to her and told her to think about what she wanted and tell him the next time he came to her. The girl replied that he should not think of returning to these environs, and thereupon the pair said goodbye. Mujin learned that the entire scouting party had been destroyed. He couldn't believe that young could have gotten into such trouble, as he was the most elusive and capable warrior in the village. He began to thrash around in panic and wanted to go to the human village to find a comrade, but the other foxes held him by force. Suddenly he saw young walking towards them. The friends hugged each other, and Mujin, seeing the white fox, not better condition, asked what had happened to them after all. The elders started a new meeting where young apologized for failing the scouting mission. He said that his team members had been partially killed and partially trapped. He couldn't rescue the captives immediately, and when he went down to the human village, he found that they had already committed suicide so as not to be taken by the humans for profit. Then he set fire to the warehouse where the dead foxes were and escaped. He said they were blind and completely underestimated humans. Their traps and facilities were many times better, and they were, in comparison, very far behind in progress. Their fox abilities and strength didn't matter against human weapons. Then the others gathered asked young what he had to offer. He replied that they should lay low, at least for a couple of years, and work on the progress of the village. And if by then humans came to their lands, by progressing they would be able to fight back. They had to get strong and back on their feet, and get busy with their own development. The others, including Mujin, supported young plan and began the development of the farmhouse. In a matter of weeks, the village was unrecognizable, and it already looked like a developed town. The villagers were excited about this change, and they loved seeing that every day something was changing and happening. Soon there were two candidates for the position of village head, Young and Mujin. Many thought that Young was very wise and his plans for the development of the village were amazing, but the other argued that without Mujin's support and military development, Young would have accomplished nothing. The two friends sat inside the palace and read the future plans for the development of the village. Mujin marveled at Yano's knowledge and asked him if he had a secret source of knowledge. The young man smiled and replied to his friend that perhaps there was. The girl who had helped Young was walking through the forest, feeling tired. Her hut was in the forest, and as she approached it, she saw a light and the silhouette of a man in the window. When she went inside, she saw a fox who greeted her by calling her by her name, Arasa. In the evening, Mujin went to Young office but didn't find him. He was neither at his workplace nor at home, and the black fox thought that his friend often went somewhere else in the evenings. He noticed the mess on the desk, which indicated that the young man was definitely working today. Among the pile of books, they noticed one they hadn't seen before. Leafing through it, Mujin realized where Young had gotten so many ideas for improving the village from. With a serious face, he slammed the book shut and put it on the table. Meanwhile, Young got another book from Arasa and told her that her strategy was incredible, and he was very curious how it would play out in a real battle. He then thanked her for bringing him such interesting books every time. Since they weren't easy to find even in distant villages, she replied that she had seen them when she was looking for books on medicinal herbs, so there was no need to thank her. She then told the young man that he himself had found some very rare medicinal herbs for her grandmother that she could not have gotten on her own, as they grew by the precipitous mountains. So they were even. Without these herbs, her grandmother wouldn't have survived, and she thanked Young Oh. It was going to be dawn soon, and the boy was going to go home. Arasa said she would walk him the rest of the way, but the fox said he didn't want her to walk back later in the dark. The girl said she was used to walking at this time of day and wanted to tell him about the new places where traps had been set along the way. As they walked through the forest, young O asked the girl if there was anything she wanted to ask him after all. Arasa replied that it was enough that he brought her herbs. Then the young man began to reason that she herself had brought him books, so that it did not count as payment of a debt. The girl thought that if he asked for something, he, feeling that he had repaid his debt, would never come to her again, which she did not want. She then handed over a leaflet with information about a new military camp in the village that was recruiting new soldiers to strengthen the army. Young O accepted the sheet and thanked the girl. He then said that he was gathering information about people to attack and take revenge on them in the future, so why was she helping him? Arasa said that she might sound strange, but she liked foxes more than the humans living in the area. The villagers only came to her for medicine. They acted arrogant and made her thank them for the slightest kindness. She only had to be grateful to them for coming to her and taking herbs from her. It was like the way they treated foxes, for to them they were only useful prey. She was ashamed of the humans and wanted no part of it. After regaining his fox form, young O returned home. He wanted to go inside quietly, but Mujin, who was hiding in the darkness, grabbed his arm and pinned him against the wall. He showed the white fox the books he had discovered and asked what was this. Was young O really spreading information about foxes to humans? It turns out that their strategy was written by a human, and the white fox was disappearing so often because he was looking for that human. He started yelling at his friend. Had he really lost his mind? After all, he knew what this place was and he still went there, so how could he be doing business with his enemies? Young O asked Mujin to listen to him. The black fox fell silent, and the white fox said that he had already said that it would be easier for them if they knew about the enemy's forces, and understanding the humans was part of that plan as well. Besides, there was a lot to learn from the humans. Thanks to their system, they could improve their own, and it was the only way to become stronger. He then told Mujin that he himself had seen what their village had become. He asked his comrade to not give in to emotion, and to think about progress. After this conversation, some time passed and the new head of the village was finally announced. The people cheered as they welcomed their leader, and the elder told the white fox that he was glad to have him as their head, as he was wise and judicious. After thanking the elder, young O approached Mujin. The latter told his comrade that he had no doubts about his victory. The young man responded by saying that he couldn't have done it without his support. Mujin then decided to clarify some points. He told the new head that he didn't agree with all of his ideas, and he was only supporting him for the ultimate goal they both had. Young O said that he understood his friend and promised that he wouldn't give up on their goal. Afterward, they shook hands. It was late evening. Arasa stood in her festive dress in the forest, waiting for young O. He hadn't been there for a long time, even though they had agreed on a meeting place. Nervous, she started walking in circles in place, and at one point she noticed a trap under the grass. She removed the leaves and saw that it was a new trap. The girl said that no sooner had they removed the old traps than they had already set new ones. Afterward, she tried to break the mechanism, and suddenly she heard someone else's voice. The man said that all the time he did not understand why the traps broke so often, but now it was clear to him that it was her handiwork. The girl turned around, a look of horror and panic on her face. Young O came into the forest and looked around for Arasa. He caught his foot on a fishing line stretched at grass level, and when he noticed it, he jumped aside. The next instant, several spears were stabbed into the ground where he had been standing before. He was surprised that the trap stood right where he usually came from in the forest. Then he saw a hairband on the ground. The young man immediately realized that it belonged to Arasa, and was lying there for a reason. She had been grabbed and forcibly taken to the village. The girl was lying tied up on the floor in the hut of one of the men. The man tried to interrogate her, but the girl would not tell the truth. He demanded that she tell him about the fox she had been seeing, but the woman answered him that if he fantasized about these creatures, he would make a great writer. Because of such jokes, the man wanted to hit the girl again. But suddenly, everyone in the room began to fall to the floor. Violet energy spread in the air, with small electric shocks emanating from them. It was young O, his fox eyes burning with yellow light in the darkness. The people were terrified, and he overpowered them all to bring Arasa back. Ta closed her eyes to avoid seeing the fight, but afterward she felt the boy's hand gently touch her face. He told her it was over and they could go home. Untangling the girl, he carried her through the woods on his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck, but he noticed the wounds on her palms and how she was shaking. He was very bitter at heart that the girl was in such danger because of him. They approached Arasa's hut and saw that it had been consumed by fire. The girl tried to jump off the fox's back to run inside and save her grandmother, but the boy stopped her, yelling to her that it was dangerous. The flames had spread so much through the house that the girl would no longer be able to go inside. At dawn, young O buried Arasa's grandmother and put a makeshift slab in the ground to mark the grave. The girl told the fox to leave and never come back, as people knew he existed and definitely wanted to find him. The white fox was surprised and asked his friend why. Even in such a situation, she was only thinking of him and not what she should do now. He leaned over her and, taking her hands, reminded her that she had never asked him for anything. He admitted that he had actually known what she had wanted all along. He promised her that he would always be there for her now, and would protect her, and afterward he suggested that they start a family together. The girl cried and hugged the fox tightly. Everyone in the fox village was stunned by the news that their leader was going to marry a human. Manjan was furious and thought that his comrade had completely lost his mind. However, no one could cross or order the head, and everyone had to accept it. Some people realized that Arasasama was really different from other people and was sensitive and kind, while some were still against her, including Mujin. Young O was very sensitive and gentle with his consort, who already showed a large belly. And while he was kissing her hands, the girl's maids were watching dreamily from behind the wall while Mujin was enduring such pictures with anger. One evening, he told the head to somehow get rid of his wife's otter. Young O began to sniff himself and said that his wife had a very slight pleasant odor, and even her closest maids said so. Mujin then sneered the white fox had purposely surrounded his wife with maids and put his own scent on her so that no one would dare to attack her because she was the real prey, and it must be hard for young O himself to restrain himself from eating his wife. At these words, the black fox was hit in the face with a small palm. Throughout the entire conversation, the little fox was sitting behind his back. It was Seo Ho. When he heard who his mom was being insulted, he decided to punish Mujin for his profanity. The fox got angry at the boy and, taking him in his arms, asked him if the boy knew who he was so he could hit him so daringly. The boy smilingly replied that Mujin was his uncle. Little Shy Ho hugged Mujin and said he loved him and knew it was mutual. The black fox laughed and said that the boy was so small that he dared to do whatever he wanted. He played with Shi-Ho for a while the fox's father tiredly watched them. Afterward, the boy fell asleep in his uncle's arms, and the men went about their business of sorting out papers again. Mujin thought that in this situation, hadn't lost his support just because he, as the commander-in-chief of the military forces, stayed on his side. He still also wanted to give their people freedom, and that's why Mujin didn't turn his back on him. And if judged objectively, he was an outstanding ruler. Under young O's rule, not only was the number of casualties reduced, but it was also possible to fight back against the people. They could finally fulfill their cherished wish. However, it didn't happen. One day, young O appeared before the people on the throne and said that there would be no war with the humans. He explained that it was with great difficulty that they were able to achieve what they had now, and they still had much to improve in the village. They had to keep the peace for the next generations, and if they started a war now, they would deprive the people of their future. Young O's indifferent, and indifferent face looked as if his words were hard for him to say, and he himself wasn't thrilled with his own decision. He said that he thought that they should keep the current situation, and they should respect each other's territories with the people. Mujin considered this to be a betrayal of the king. After the speech, he grabbed young O by the collar of his clothes and pinned him against the wall and demanded that he take back his words. He was filled with anger and resentment, but young Oh remained just as aloof and emotionless. Jin demanded his friend to come back and tell everyone that they would negotiate with the humans to restore the fox's dignity, right now. Young Oh never answered anything, and at that moment, the guards rushed in and led Jin away under his arms so that he wouldn't touch the king. As they left, the black fox shouted to his friend that he had trampled on their dream and had acted like a true scoundrel. Standing in Jin's way was Arasa. The fox looked at her with eyes full of hatred as she silently stared at the floor. After a while, it was reported that the king had left the palace. The servants told Jin that the king had gone on a reconnaissance trip as he had something to check out. The commander-in-chief asked if the king had gone alone and taken the guards with him. The servants replied that only the queen had gone with him, for she was the only one who knew the way to the border. Jin didn't understand why young Oh had gone with that wench, for she could only hinder him in his exploration. Then the servant said that the queen often came into the study, and she and the king discussed something in private. And what the guards managed to hear sounded a little suspicious. They didn't want the foxes to touch humans, and yet young Oh regretted more than Arasa the revenge plan while she comforted and hugged him. After that, Jin was even more convinced that the king had definitely betrayed them, and besides, his wife was a human. Their ruler had so easily forgotten about decades of training for the sake of some girl. The feeling of loss and betrayal turned into Jin's anger. His respect for young Oh was completely lost. The foxes realized that the king had abandoned them and had already forgotten who their enemy was. After all, there were people who wanted to take away their lands, and this could lead their nation to collapse. And one night a rebellion was gathered. The royal palace was enveloped in flames, and Jin cut off his best friend's head with his sword. After that, he picked up the bloody head of the white fox from the ground, and leaned his forehead against his forehead while crying, as the pain in his heart from the loss of his loved one made itself felt. Jin closed the book with a loud pop, and interrupted his memories. Even after so many years, it was painful for him to remember those days. He believed that people couldn't turn their lives into chaos again, and he wouldn't betray his goal. At that moment, a servant came in, and the head ordered him to get rid of the traitors helping people who were outside the palace. They had to get rid of everyone who was involved. Yehua sat at the table, in her room, and once again went over in her head the memories of Lai Zong's story about the panacea, and all the information she had gotten from the books. It described in such detail how foxes should be used for medicines. It had definitely been thoroughly studied in the past. She was worried about the price she would have to pay, since Shaihu had helped her in this way if it was her father and Shiho's death, and it was So Hu who was taking revenge on her. Her thoughts were interrupted as Shihu came in with the evening medicine. The girl asked the servant if he was hiding anything from her. The boy tensed up and pretended not to understand the mistress. She told him to stay on the subject, for he knew very well what had interested her lately. She said she used to be so sick that she couldn't get out of bed, and no healer could cure her. But after she took Shiho and Seol Ho in, she immediately got up on her feet, and was full of strength. She asked directly, did the fox add his blood to the medicine because it had beneficial properties? Shaiho asked Madam not to believe the rumors, but the girl asked him not to hide anything, and tell her honestly. She knew that he had no bad purposes, but if she had to pay for it, she needed to know everything. She asked the young man to tell her about the abilities of his kind. A silence hung in the room. Shiho said that Madam had only recovered because she was constantly taking the right medicine and treatment, and nothing more. Yehua then said that since that was true, they should continue in the same vein. From that day onwards, the preparation of the medicine was solely assigned a nanny to do, and She, who must not interfere. He was also not to move away from her even for a second, and she would watch his every move. The next morning, Minister Esio learned from the servants that Yehua had ordered that only the nanny should prepare the medicinal potions. The man asked what Shihu was doing in that case. The servant replied that he had not served the mistress for several days. Not only did she tell Nanny to prepare the medicine, but she also started watching everyone else's every move, and everyone was very excited about it. Little Ciel, who was looking through the crack of the door watching his friend's behavior, and he didn't understand what was going on either. Yao's father began to ponder that. From the looks of it, his daughter didn't want Shaiha to touch anything. Just recently, she had been standing up for his rights, but was she herself becoming suspicious of him? Yao was sat in a room, reading a book, while Shiho sat beside her without any errands. A nanny was coming from the courtyard, carrying medicine on a tray. The young man rose to his feet to help pass the potion, but the girl ordered him to sit still. She began to drink the bowl of tea and felt her well-being worsen, and the animi began to return. If it continued like this, she could go down with fever again, in which case there was definitely nothing she could fix. Suddenly, blood spurted out of her nose, and her strength immediately began to leave her body. The nanny shouted to Shiho to urgently go call for a doctor. As the young man ran away, the girl stretched out her hands to him, and realizing that she was beginning to lose consciousness, told herself that she could not go back now, because it was very difficult for her to get into this world. The white fox defeated another pack of black foxes. While he was fighting them, all his thoughts were devoted to Yi Hawa. He thought about letting her go to that world, and pondered that she was too confident in herself since she thought she could fix something in the past. When he returned to the palace, he learned from the servants that his wife had been in serious condition for 2 hours. Her body was riddled with fever, and she was having a troubling dream that caused her to crumple the blanket in her hands. It was because, for reasons unknown, her energy had begun to wane. Fox asked the maid to leave, and walked over to Yahua. Her pearl had turned cloudy again, and the fox had to share his energy with the girl again. He took off his clothes and began to make love to the girl while she was asleep. Soon the girl woke up and tried to push the man away, saying that she didn't want intimacy now. The fox then said that he didn't really want it himself. Not now. She shouldn't resist and should just relax so they could finish as soon as possible. Yahweh kept asking for him to stop, and then the fox yelled at her, asking why he had to obey her. He was mad at her. He said she was the one who asked him to trust her, and she ended up using everyone. Apparently she liked to subjugate a person first and then betray them. The girl's eyes were cloudy, and she didn't understand the fox's words, what kind of betrayal and subjugation she was talking about. Suddenly, at some point, the energy from the pearl began to dim and release, showing the fox its will. The pearl demanded that he didn't dare touch Yohua, and to lash out at her, and then the spell in the form of a seal on the girl's thigh began to disappear. Yeha felt everything burning inside her, and cried. The fox was worried for the girl's life, and denying the will of the pearl, answered the magic object that he could not behave differently because it was impossible to forgive her betrayal, and he did not want to take care of her as before. He cast the seal spell on her leg again, and shared the energy until the end, despite the girl's protests. Afterward, the man sat the girl on his lap and said she could tell him what she wanted from him. Yeha asked him to stop acting like that. She didn't lie to him, and told him with regret and tears that she really didn't remember what she had done in the past, and desperately wanted to remember and make things right. But if he kept this up, she wouldn't succeed. She clung to his chest and asked him to give her some time, and reassured him that she really didn't want to run away from him. Yeha snuggled up to the fox, and said that she herself would like to remember everything to make things right. But if the fox continued to communicate with her as mysteriously as before, she wouldn't succeed. She asked him to give her some time, and told him she had no intention of running away from him. Fox was surprised, and then sadness appeared in his eyes. He pulled the belt on Yahawa's robe, and started kissing her body. The girl closed her eyes, but the fox asked her to open them and not close them again. He said that if she didn't want to run away from him, she shouldn't look away and should look closely at the one in whose hands her life was in. He continued his actions, and eventually the embarrassed Yehua covered her mouth with her hands, not expecting the sounds he would make. Hearing them, the fox flipped the girl onto her stomach and merged with her. After the process, Yehua had no strength in her again. She lay on the bed with tears in her eyes full of fatigue. Suddenly the fox pounced on her again. Yehua begged the fox to stop, but he once again didn't listen to her. Meanwhile, Li Zheng went to look for his consort. The servants who accompanied him said, that if his mother found out, they would all be in trouble. Li Jung replied that he wouldn't go home, and since his mother didn't want to look for Yihawa, he would. Li Jung went to an elderly man and said he was looking for his missing wife. He heard that the man could find anyone. The man replied that those were just rumors and he wouldn't be able to find the creature that kidnapped the girl, who hides from people using magic. The man then asked Lai Shang why the man himself was trying to find this rogue. The young man didn't understand what he was talking about and asked the man what he meant. A man replied that there was a way to lure the fox out of his territory. The man asked Li Zong to spread the rumor among the people that the fox's body was a miracle medicine. After hearing this, many people will want to find the foxes. And to prevent losses, the foxes will make a deal with the humans. And then Li Zong will demand the extradition of the criminal who kidnapped Ye Hua. To stop the bloodshed and keep themselves safe, the foxes will give up whoever they want. Li Zong won't even have to search for the fox himself and get his hands dirty. The man then said that the young man already had experience in this, so he would do well. A picture of Xiai Ho lying on the ground appeared in front of Lai Zhang's eyes. He was bleeding while Li Zong himself, in a crowd of adults, was leaving the place. He clenched his fists and replied to the man that in the past he had no choice. What was done then? What was done now was done for Yeha's sake. The fox touched Yeha's face and kissed her gently. The servants reported to Lady Su Ra that their troops had returned from the battle. After receiving the report, the black fox began to ponder the fact that they were able to reclaim the white foxes as territory. It was obvious that the white fox himself had given them this land, and quite easily, but for what purpose? The servant replied that according to the rumors, he did it because of a human woman. Sura remembered his favorite woman, whom she had met before when escaping. She asked the subject, was this girl really sick? The servant said that many people said her condition was terrible, but she managed to keep alive. She is so dear to the white fox that he is personally taking care of her. Sora said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and the white fox was completely repeating his father's mistakes. Yeha and Seo made love again, which the girl didn't like. The girl was trembling, crying. The white fox hugged her and began to apologize. He touched her forehead and said, today he will not torment her anymore. Yehua fell asleep, and the fox looked at the bead in her heart. In the morning, the girl woke up and felt something heavy pressing her to the bed. She turned around and saw that Ho was lying next to her, placing his hands on her waist. This was the first time he slept with her. He was actually sleeping. Yehawa turned around to him, and brushing strands of hair away from his face, she began to regard him. The image of little Hu immediately appeared in her mind. She still wondered how he, as an adult, had an identical appearance to his older brother. Even the build and smell were exactly the same. She was no longer disgusted to see him. On the contrary, she felt a little sorry for him. She remembered how he used to give her flowers when he was little, and afterward how Shay who used to hold her in his arms. Maybe she felt sorry for him, because she realized how much his brother had done for her, and how much attention and care he himself had given. She needed to remember it all quickly and put his anger to rest. Back then, in the past, she hadn't turned her back on him, despite his nature. And now he should stay by her side and sincerely say what he really wished. Suddenly, the word kill flashed through her mind. She immediately remembered how a few days earlier he had told her that another must die in the past, who would sacrifice himself at any moment, or else she herself would die. A horror ran through her body. In the past, little Yehua, who had refused the medicine with Shiho's blood, was feeling worse and worse every day. There were several maids around her constantly changing cloths and other medicines. Father was very concerned about her condition. He took her hand, begging her to get better. Then, on emotion, he began to ask the servant why she was in such a state, after all she had been running around the yard only a couple of days ago. The servant replied that he had not changed the lady's medicine, and perhaps she had developed an addiction to it, and now it was not helping her. The man grabbed the doctor by the shoulders and asked in a panic what they should do since the medicine was no longer helping her. The man replied that they had done everything they could. Hearing this, the father fell to the floor, shocked that his daughter could no longer be saved. Shaiho grabbed him by the shoulders and began to assure the Lord that Madam would be fine. At this moment, the head remembered that Ye had ordered Yehua to bring the potion to Nanny, not Shiho. Was that really what this was about? The servants informed him that all the containers for the decoction, and even for the meals, had been replaced with new ones. The man understood everything, but he couldn't understand why Yehua had done this. He had heard the legend of the foxes and suspected Shiho and his brother, but he couldn't think that he himself would help his daughter. Evening came, in the present tense. Yehua sat on her bed and thought about those words that she had to kill another in the past or she would die herself. Only now did she realize that Esiel knew that she could change the past. But when had he found out? Tears flowed from her eyes. All this time, she had wanted to die instead of explaining that she wanted to change the future to be together with them, together with Shihu and Seolho. So why did Seolho think that everything could only end with someone else's death? Why couldn't everything be prevented? She began to wipe away her tears, calling herself a fool who once again, instead of taking action, sat and cried. She had so hoped that Esiel could change. After all, he had once opened up to her when she was open to him and Shiho. At that moment, the white fox walked into the room. With annoyance on his face, he asked what was going on here, and the next moment he was already beside Yoa holding her chin with his fingers. He asked why she was crying, wiping her face. The girl replied that nothing happened. Fox, continuing to hold her face, said she'd better tell him everything so he wouldn't speculate. It seems like Yao had said earlier that she wanted to remember everything and solve the problem and wouldn't run away anymore, and ended up sitting and crying alone. What should he think in that case? Yahweh said, he got it all wrong. She wondered if he would believe her if she said she cried, because it hurt her to realize his hatred for her. Why was he keeping her here? Maybe he thought that if she hated him, that way he could prevent her brother's death in the past. Or did he want to kill her with his own hands? She continued to remain silent, and then the fox said that he had apparently been too soft on her. He grabbed her by her robes and pulled her towards him before grabbing her arm. He wanted to abuse her again, but then Yuhai asked him if he liked to pleasure himself this way. She was sure that he himself didn't want the intimacy between them to be like this. It didn't seem to her that he was only doing it to make her feel humiliated. Then what was the purpose of him hiding his own feelings and continuing to do so? Esiel let go of Yehei without realizing what she was asking him. At this moment, Yehua asked Esiel where was his brother? The fox froze and Yehua continued to flood him with questions. Why was he here alone and what happened 10 years ago? What was the reason he killed her father and everyone else? And why had he disappeared? Did it have anything to do with her illness? The fox remained silent. He wondered if this was a ruse. And what was Yehua up to? Suddenly she said that he probably now thought she was up to something. She said that she couldn't tell him the reason for her tears just like him. She couldn't trust him completely, because she was sure he wouldn't believe her. So how could they talk if they didn't believe each other? Yehua took the fox's hand in her palms and sincerely asked him to tell her what happened to him and his brother. And then they would think together what they could do to avoid coming to such a horrible end. Seolho asked why Yehua started asking him about this. And since when did she become interested? Yehua said she was afraid he was dead. Dead because of her. At those words, tears spurted from her eyes again. She fell to her knees and covered her face with her hands so he wouldn't see her sobs. Fox continued to stand silently, wondering what Yehua was up to. The whole thing seemed like a spectacle to him. His face creased. He grabbed the girl by the shoulders and ordered her to stop lying to him. He said he was disgusted with her, and he wouldn't believe she was doing this for someone else and not for herself. She only cared about her own life before, and she was just using them both. And then she safely forgot everything and lived her life in peace. Continuing to cry, Yehua asked how she used them. She said she would do anything he wanted as long as he told her everything. Seolho let go of the girl and walked towards the exit of the room, not wanting to talk anymore. Hewai switched to screaming and fell to the floor with her face bursting into tears. She didn't understand why Seolho wasn't moved by her words, and how could she break through the wall of distrust between them. In any case, the secret was indeed about his brother's life, but why didn't he want to talk about it? After all, she had asked him to confide in her. That's when she realized that maybe he thought she was prying out the reason for Shiho's death in order to kill him again in the past, or to destroy their bloodline altogether. The white fox sat in his room, thinking about Yeha's words. When he had brought her to his house, she had told him, without remembering anything about the past, that foxes were cruel, got what they wanted through bloodshed, and were no different from animals. Now she was tearfully asking him how she had used him in the past, and on her knees begging him to tell her. It was like two different people. An elderly maid came in with a jug and a shot glass on a tray. Placing the wine on the table, she told her host that he looked upset. He replied that she shouldn't worry about it and asked how Yiho was feeling. The woman said that her body looked dehydrated, but they had taken measures. Seo Ho brought the shot glass to his lips, at which point the maid asked when was he going to extract the fox bead that was inside the girl. Wasn't that why he had brought her here? This bead would help the foxes become stronger, and the master himself had said that it should be extracted. Back then, the energy of the bead was weak, and he had promised to do so after it was purified. So why was he procrastinating now? Yeha's condition was stable, and it was affecting the bead. The fox replied to the woman that she knew the answer herself. So why ask? The maid replied that she thought he had changed his mind about removing the bead. After all, it would kill the mistress, and he apparently did not wish her death and was afraid of it. The fox answered nothing to that. He asked at night, a caravan of traders was traveling down the road and someone attacked, killing all the people and splattering blood all over the forest. In the morning, Hawa's father found out that 3 places near the village had been attacked. He was informed of this by Lee Jung's parents who had come to visit. They also said that, because of this news, they had stepped up security around the area because Yeha's father was now fully occupied with her treatment. They brought medicine for the little missus. Minister Seo thanked the guests and ordered a servant to escort them inside the house. Lee Jung wanted to see Yehua, but he wasn't allowed into her chambers. The servant apologized and said that the master had ordered that no one should be allowed to see the young mistress. The boy turned around and saw Shiho walking by. The man bowed to him and walked on, holding a roll of cloth in his hands. Lee Zong didn't understand why this servant was allowed to go inside. He immediately remembered how Yehua had been close to this young man, saving him from the rain, even though she had been cold to him just a few months ago. Suddenly, he had abruptly become her personal guard and was constantly by her side. Was it possible for a servant to act so relaxed around his mistress? Lee Jung also wanted to be near Yehua and wanted to become closer to her. Shiho placed the cloth near the other towels, and the nanny told him that he had done a good job. There were several servants gathered around Yehua's bed, hoping that the mistress could still wake up. Shiho thought about the fact that he no longer has the opportunity to give Yehua his blood. She was now being given medicine by a doctor, and there were many servants guarding her, so there was no way for him to get close to her. Also, the Lord was going to increase the number of soldiers, so it would be hard to sneak away from them. Suddenly, Shiho's head ached, and Nanny said that he turned very pale. He was thrown into a fever and began to sweat a lot. The woman began to wipe his face with a handkerchief and said that she had not seen him at the table since the lady had fainted. The nanny asked the young man to rest, but he did not want to go far from the mistress. The next moment, he fell to the floor after losing consciousness. Sura walked through the forest looking for Shio. She had been looking for him for a very long time, and she didn't understand why she hadn't found him yet. Her father was looking for the fox who was cultivating a human. The servants complained to Ma Jan that they could just eat the human instead of going to such extremes, and the fox feeding the human with his blood was putting their entire clan in danger. The head of the foxes decided to go in search of this criminal and have him quartered. Upon hearing this, Sura went to look for him before the others to warn him, and complained to herself that she, who was nothing but trouble. He wasn't at the human market, he wasn't in the mountains. She had been looking for him for days, but all to no avail. She was afraid she wouldn't make it back before dawn, because then her father would notice her absence. Suddenly, Sura smelled blood. She ran towards the smell and saw Shiho. He stood there and looked at her in surprise. The girl said that she had been looking for him for a very long time and froze. She felt a very powerful energy coming from the guy that she had not felt before. She looked at the killed wolf and assumed that it had recovered its energy after hunting. With a smile, Su-ra told Shi-ho that he was finally eating better and wondered how he had even lived before without energy. The man continued to look at her perplexed. Shi-ho asked the girl, "What was she doing here?" Su-ra asked with a serious look. Where was the person he was cultivating? Not waiting for an answer, and knowing that Shi-ho wouldn't answer him, Su-ra told the boy that he had to kill the man. Otherwise, her father would catch him. He felt that Shi-ho was putting their entire family in great danger. That's why he wants to kill him in front of the other foxes, so they can't hesitate. Shi-ho said that he didn't cultivate, and this man is his friend, and he can't hurt him. He asked who's her father since he was looking for him. Su-ra sighed and said the young man was being stubborn again. Her father was the head of the dark foxes, and if Shi-ho fell for him, he wouldn't leave a single bone from him. With a naive look, Shi-ho asked the girl if she could ask her father not to do anything to him. Su-ra didn't understand Shi-ho. He said that he wasn't hurting anyone, and only wanted to help a sick person. And there was nothing wrong with the fox family in this. Su-ra shouted at Shi-ho to think about what he was saying. Her father had put a ban on such things for a reason, leaving. Su-ra told him to sort things out and think hard about leaving his life among humans and moving to them, the dark foxes. Shi-ho grabbed the girl by her cloak and asked if she could stall for a bit before starting his quest. Su-ra was amazed at the guy's impudence. The one with a worried look asked if it would work. Su-ra pulled herself together and said that as the daughter of the head, she would try to do something, but once again asked Shi-ho not to procrastinate too much. Su-ra once again turned around to leave, but stopped and said that she came to just warn him, and he was also assigning tasks to her. Shi-ho only noticed this after her remark, and said that in that case, he would fulfill any of her requests next time. Su-ra agreed to the deal and left. When the young man was convinced of her departure, he returned to his original appearance. In fact, all this time Su-ra was being talked to by Seol-ho, who had reincarnated as his older brother to go hunting. He returned home where the older brother was sleeping. He started pushing his brother to wake up. Shi-ho opened his eyes, which showed bruises underneath. He was very weak. When he finally came to his senses, he stood up abruptly, shouting the word Amaram, eager to be by Yahawa's side, but he felt dizzy again. Seol-ho asked his brother for food, and held out a plate of meat. He had gone hunting on purpose and gotten food for him. The older one took the plate in his hands and asked the younger one how Yi-hua was feeling right now. Seol-ho replied that she still hadn't recovered, but there were people looking after her. He then asked his brother to eat faster to regain his strength. It turns out that she who had been sleeping for days. Seol-ho began to feed his brother from his hands, and he was very happy that the younger one had grown up to be independent and caring. She who stroked the younger one's head and said it was delicious. He then asked how Sol, who had managed to get out to hunt. It must have been difficult to get through the people since the number of guards had increased. The boy replied that no one knew about his path, and then whispered in his brother's ear that when he was in the guise of a fox, he was small and people didn't notice him because they were tall. Shi-ho asked if there was any other news. At first, Shi-ho wanted to tell about his meeting with Su-ra, but he decided to hold off. Brother was very weak right now, and if he knew about it, he would feel worse. Shi-ho sensed the younger one's excitement, so he asked what was wrong. The latter hurriedly said that everything was fine and there was no more news. He decided to tell Shi-ho everything when he felt better. After all, Su-ra had promised to buy time for them. He asked his elder not to worry about anything and promised to bring him as much food as he wanted. His brother replied that although they needed to hunt, it was still not a good idea to go out too often. Maintaining his disguise was taking a heavy toll on Sol-ho's body since he was still small. It could have a negative effect on his health. If one used magic too often, diseases would be born in the body, so one had to be moderate and let the body rest. The brothers fell asleep in each other's arms. Shi-ho stroked the younger one's hair, thinking about their recent conversation. Seol, who asked him if he could share his energy with Yi-hua. The older man said with a smile that he could draw blood from his little hand, but it would hurt. He then patted Seol-ho on the top of his head and said that it was better for them to wait until he was old. Now he was thinking about the fact that he had bound himself and Lady by blood, and now he would have to always be by her side to keep himself and her alive. Would she be able to forgive him? He remembered Yahawa's face, who was horrified when she found out that he had put his blood in her decoction, and tears ran down his face. Sura told the servants that she wanted to take part in the search for the human fox. She said that she could not stand idly by when there was such mayhem near their land, and asked permission to be allowed to go with the others. The servant replied that he would report to the Lord, but Suare said that there was no point in the report since she had only taken over one area. If she searched the village and all the places Sheho visited, she could keep him safe for a while. After this was over, Su-Ra wanted Sheho to pay her dearly. In the crowd of maids, Su-Ra fantasized that Sheho, while working in her house, bowed his knees to her as her loyal servant. Humming a song, she walked ahead of the maids down the corridor. The doctor told how his father that the fever has gone down and Madame is doing well. Even so, if she doesn't wake up within a few days, they can't do anything. Minister Seo hid his face in his palms so the servants wouldn't see his tears. Sheho quietly entered the room and sat down beside the nanny. The woman said that he looked like a walking corpse and he needed to go back to his room and rest immediately. The young man replied that he was fine and asked what was wrong with the mistress. He met the Lord's gaze, and the latter once again ran through the thoughts in his head that the blood and body of foxes had healing properties. He hadn't wanted to believe it then, wishing that his daughter could recover with human methods and medicines, but now he was desperate and didn't know how he should act around Sheho. That same night, Solho in the guise of Shaiho went hunting. Sura sliced a bear on him so he could learn sword fighting. He was able to fight the beast, and the girl praised him and suggested that he practice some more. She said it was strange that he was inept at hunting, even though he had caught the tiger she had missed last time. He replied that he had just been lucky then. Thanks to her, he was able to bag a large prey, and he didn't think he would be able to deal with it quickly, so he was grateful to her. Sura proudly replied that she had been trained since she was a child, although of course that didn't fully guarantee victory over the enemy. The young man replied with a smile that she was an excellent teacher. After putting the meat in the bag, Solho in the guise of Shihao handed the water to the girl and thanked her for buying time for him, for it wasn't easy. He then asked if it was dangerous that she was approaching the place, considering the security was tight. The girl replied that no one knew of her path, just as they did not know of his path when he went hunting. Afterward, the young man said that her father seemed to trust her enough to let her participate in his quest. Soarella admitted that her father didn't know that she had also participated in the search, and didn't even know what kind of face he might have when he found out. Mujin was angry when he was informed that his daughter was participating in the search party. He didn't charge her to do so, and ordered the servant to tell Suri to stay out of it. The servant asked the Lord to be merciful, for Lady Su-Ra was participating in what she could to gain his recognition. She worked harder than anyone else, plus she gave information about the wanted man. She said that that fox had gone towards the old fox village, so they were preparing a team to search that place. Mujin said that since Sura was so eager to fight, he was willing to see what she was capable of, so he decided to go to that abandoned place himself. When they arrived, Mujin noticed that there were still a few white foxes living in that village. One of the servants ran up to the Lord and reported that the locals had told him that there had been no strangers here in the past few months. But since most of the residents are white foxes, you can't blindly trust their words, and asked if they should continue their search. Mujin replied that they should look around and said that it would be good to learn about the life here, despite the color of the local foxes. He asked them to treat the villagers appropriately. The servant replied that most of the locals demanded that the head was a white fox. How would they talk to them in that case? Mujin sighed and said that they should still be lenient to them, otherwise they would be accused of being mistreated and disrespected later. He didn't want any more conflict between his people and bloodshed. The scene of him tearfully holding his best friend's severed head in his hands haunted him to this day. He walked forward and saw that the white foxes were working on new wooden buildings, keeping the community intact. Not all had agreed to be court servants in his palace. Many remained to live on these poor lands. Two foxes, a boy and a girl, ran past Mujin. The boy took the book away from the girl and the girl asked him to give it back to her. He said that, since she had some secrets, he should read the contents of the book in front of everyone. These childhood altercations reminded Mu Jin of his childhood. Young Oh liked to read in solitude. One day Mu Jin approached him while he was reading a book in the sidelines and asked him why he was sitting here. The white fox replied that the other kids were distracting him from his book and he wanted to read. The perky and energetic Mu Jin answered him that the guys just wanted to play with him, and then took young Oh by the hand and led the way. They came to a cave with various items spread out inside. Mu Jin said that this was his headquarters, a hideout where he kept the items his parents had forbidden him. They were knives and hatchets and other small things. They sat down on the cushions, and the dark fox said it was his secret retreat that he didn't tell anyone about. But if young Oh wanted to read or just be alone, he could come here. The white fox was very grateful to his friend. Mu Jin went down the village and found the entrance to his hideout among the thickets. Now that he was an adult fox, he was very cramped in this small cave. His elbow grazed a wooden box and he immediately remembered the first time young Oh had brought it. He said it would be a box with words they wanted to say to each other, just in case they suddenly had a fight and wanted to make up. They could write the words in this box to read later when one of them came to the shelter. Because in a quarrel, they usually didn't talk to each other. Mu Jin said wistfully then that young Oh himself was to blame for that, because no matter how hard he tried to start a dialogue, the white fox always shut himself off. The young Oh said that in that case, he would write his feelings in that box. They ended that dialogue by saying that it was better to never fight at all. Adult Mu Jin opened the box out of interest and found a purple envelope with red patterns inside. He was surprised to find a letter that looked relatively new. He opened it to read it and was amazed from the first lines.
So, we look forward to your comments about this story. To not miss new videos, please subscribe to notifications. Thanks for watching.